why this keeps printing.
To go in and reset the header, but it's removed now.
Okay.
We're not twinsies today. And this is Rocco, and they have in Sweden, but you didn't check it out like 2 weeks after getting it.
My Christina was born when I was 30.
My scarf order now.
And there's Mr. LaFont taking our picture. There's Mr. LaFont taking our picture. Probably a lot of people. Sorry? No, 150. Boom, 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 boom. Spin, spin, spin. Good morning. I call the special board meeting to order. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Good morning. Melissa Mason.
Present.
Hugh McManus.
Here.
Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Stephanie Walker.
Here.
And Josie Barnhart.
Here.
We have a quorum. Ms. Barnhart, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. My name is Pete Wildebohr, and as Chairman of the Board of Education, I am the presiding officer for this hearing. We are here to consider an appeal by Katie Gates pursuant to Board Policy 2500, Board Policy 3210, and the reconsideration procedures for instructional materials that were previously developed to implement Policy 3210. The appeal regards Ms. Gates' objection to instructional materials used in an AP English class and English language and composition class at Eugene Ashley High School. Specifically, the objection is to use of the book Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You by Jason Reynolds and Ibram X. Candy. On December 14th, 2022, Ms. Gates submitted an objection in writing to the principal of the school regarding the use of the book in question in a particular AP English Language and Composition class at Eugene Ashley High School. The school's Media and Technology Advisory Committee reviewed the objection, and on January 12th, 2023, the committee voted to take no action in response to Ms. Gates' objection. On January 17th, 2023, the principal communicated the school-level committee's decision to Ms. Gates. On February 13th, 2023, Ms. Gates submitted to the superintendent a request for review of the school's decision. The school district's Media and Technology Advisory Committee reviewed the challenge material, surveyed appraisals of the material from professional reviewing sources, reviewed the decision of the school-level Media Technology Advisory Committee, and prepared written findings and a recommendation to the superintendent. On March 29, 2023, the school district committee recommended to the superintendent that the superintendent uphold the school-level committee's determination to take no action. On March 31st, 2023, the school district committee's recommendation was communicated excuse me, to the superintendent, and on April 14, 2023, the superintendent communicated the school district committee's recommendation to Ms. Gates. The superintendent's April 14, 2023 communication to Ms. Gates constituted the superintendent's written decision to uphold the school-level committee's determination to take no action. On May 9th, 2023, Ms. Gates petitioned the Board of Education for a hearing to review the superintendent's decision. On July 11th, 2023, the board voted to exercise its discretion to grant a hearing. The public has been given adequate notice of the hearing and has ample opportunity to be heard on this matter. To begin, the date of this hearing was reported weeks ago in the local press, and the board provided public notice of the hearing on August 30th, 2023. Moreover, the board conducts a one-hour call to audience session at each of its monthly regular board meetings, which provides members of the public an opportunity to speak for up to 3 minutes on issues related to the business of the board and school district. At the August 1st, 2023 regular board meeting, the board provided the public an extra 30 minutes of call to audience time devoted solely to public comments on the issue of challenging instructional materials used in New Hanover County schools. But I am getting a little ahead of myself. We do need to approve the agenda. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
First and second, is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Carries 7-0. Will Ms. Gates, the petitioner, please introduce herself?
Hello, I'm Katie Gates.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will the school district's representative for the hearing please introduce herself?
Good morning, I'm Dawn Brinson.
Good morning. In a few minutes, the boards will hear presentations from Ms. Gates and from Ms. Brinson on behalf of the school district. Ms. Gates would provide an opportunity to have a representative present on her behalf at the hearing, such as an attorney, and has chosen not to be represented by legal counsel at the hearing. The school district is not represented by legal counsel at the hearing either. Just to let you know, each side will be allotted 20 minutes to make its presentation. As a petitioner, Ms. Gates was given an opportunity to reserve some of her time for rebuttal, but has chosen not to do so. Each side will be given a 5-minute warning before your time has expired. The parties may not call any witnesses to testify, and there will be no cross-examination of the party, meaning the parties will not be permitted to ask each other questions. Following each presentation, the board members will have an opportunity to ask questions. At this time, I acknowledge the board's receipt of the documents that are included within the administrative record. Both parties will provide an opportunity to submit documents to be included in the administrative record. These documents were provided to board members in advance of the hearing and were also made available to both Ms. Gates and Ms. Brinson in advance of the hearing. Moreover, the book in question was made available to each board member in advance of the hearing. In addition, both parties were provided an opportunity to include a position statement within the administrative record. The board attorney included the documents marked as Exhibits 1 through 4, which consist of the North Carolina General Statute 115C 98, Board Policy 2500, Board Policy 3210, and the reconsideration procedures for instructional materials that were previously developed to implement Policy 3210. Ms. Gates included the documents marked as Exhibits 5 through 10. Exhibit 5 is Ms. Gates' position statement. The school district included documents marked Exhibits 11 through 36. The school district did not submit a position statement. Ms. Gates, can you please affirm that all the documents you asked to be made part of the administrative records have been made a part of the administrative record?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Brinson, can you please confirm the documents you asked to be made part of the administrative record have been made part of the administrative record?
Yes, they have.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the board attorney to introduce himself and to review legal standard that applies to this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jonathan Vogel, and I serve as the board attorney. My role in today's hearing is limited to providing legal advice to the board. In accordance with Policy 2500, the legal rules of evidence do not apply to information considered by the board in this hearing, and the board may consider any information that a reasonably prudent person would consider in conducting the serious affairs of a business. The purpose of the hearing is for the board to determine whether Ms. Gates' challenge to the book stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You has merit, and pursuant to the board's reconsideration procedures for instructional materials, whether that book should be, quote, retained, removed from the New Hanover County schools entirely, whether it should be removed to another school level, or whether its availability should be restricted, end quote. The legal standard for today's hearing is found within state law, which is derived from the leading United States Supreme Court case on the subject called Board of Education versus PICO. North Carolina General Statutes 115C-98 provides in relevant part, quote, a local board of education may establish a community media advisory committee to investigate and evaluate challenges from parents, teachers, and members of the public to textbooks and supplementary instructional materials on the grounds that they are educationally unsuitable, pervasively vulgar, or inappropriate to the age, maturity, or grade level of the students, end quote. It also provides, quote, the local board at all times has sole authority and discretion to determine whether a challenge has merit and whether challenge material should be retained or removed, end quote. Both parties were advised to focus their advocacy on, and I hereby advise the board to likewise focus on, whether the book in question is 1, educationally unsuitable, 2, pervasively vulgar, or 3, inappropriate to the age, maturity, or grade level of the students. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel. As we begin, let me state to all participants, the parties and board members are to be respectful and not interrupt each other. I also ask the audience to be respectful and not interrupt the parties or board members and not otherwise disrupt the proceeding. Thank you for your help in that. We will now hear from Ms. Gates, petitioner. Please reminded that your presentation should be limited to 20 minutes. Ms. Gates.
Thank you. Justice Berger stated in the 1982 case, PICO versus the Island Trees Board of Education, with respect to the education of children in elementary and secondary schools, the school board may properly determine in many cases that a particular book or a particular course or even a particular area of knowledge is not educationally suitable for inclusion within the body of knowledge the school seeks to impart. So my objective this morning is to provide sufficient evidence that our petition to the book stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You by Reynolds and Kendi be removed from all classrooms in New Hanover County schools because it is educationally unsuitable and policy non-compliant. I am not asking it to be removed from the libraries. This presentation will include 6 explanations to support my request. Number 1, stamped is educationally unsuitable because it was chosen based on the content, not the craft. My first step in this book challenge journey was to petition the school-level Media and Technology Advisory Committee, known as MTAC. This is the initial group that reviews the book or curriculum challenges. As part of their justification for denying my challenge, the MTAC stated, the use of any text in AP language is based on the craft, not the content. Based on this requirement, asking students to examine and explain the rhetorical craft and related prowess of stamped would be a reasonable assignment for any AP language and composition class. However, Ms. Kidwell, who teaches the AP language and composition class at Ashley High School, she used part of the dialectical journal homework assignment and final group assignment to ask content-based questions, like, why study the history of racist ideas? Was Martin Luther King fighting for civil rights or freedom? Who were some of the complicated figures with respect to their ideas about race and racism, past and present? Explain the Wilmington coup of 1898, the Tulsa Massacre, the 1906 Atlanta race riot, Elaine Massacre, and Ocoee Massacre. Kidwell asked, How does information from Stamped interact with these historical tragedies? Now, if this were an AP class in African American history or in civil rights, one might comprehend the use of those questions and the focus on researching the answers. But it is not. That is not the purpose of this class. It is a course based on English, rhetoric, and composition. So why focus on all the content? How does this focus on civil rights history and racism prepare the students to pass the AP Language and Composition exam, which tests them on rhetorical analysis? I submit to you, it does not. Number 2, Stamped is educationally unsuitable given it does not prepare AP students adequately for their exam. So why do students in New Hanover County take AP classes? According to Dr. Faison, our students are not taking these classes just for a weighted GPA. 91% of the students enrolled in AP classes take the AP exam for the purpose of getting a jump start on obtaining college credits. Yet, in 2023, a mere 21% of New Hanover County students, 21%, achieved a score of a 4 or a 5 on the AP Language and Composition exam, which is the national benchmark for awarding college credit. Putting it another way, 1 in 5 students pass the exam, or there's a 79% failure rate. From the most recent post on the North Carolina School Reports website, Ashley High School's overall AP test scores across all AP classes were lower when compared to other New Hanover County schools in North Carolina state data. That means Ashley High School had the lowest AP scores of any high school in the district. So are teachers focused on providing the best learning solutions and resources for our students to be successful, or are they focused on ensuring the resources meet a personal bias? Ms. Kidwell had to support a syllabus, she had to submit, a syllabus to the principal and the college board in order to get AP course approval. Turns out, this college board approved syllabus had no mention of the book Stamped. And the approved syllabus was not the one that she presented to her students and the parents. Exhibit A is the student syllabus, which Ms. Kidwell handed out in class, that does list Stamped. Why did Kidwell omit Stamped in her college board approved syllabus? Was Stamped the best selection to teach rhetorical devices and prepare students for the AP exam? Or was it really the content of the book that Ms. Kidwell cared about most? In an email to the board regarding my challenge to Stamped, Ms. Kidwell had criticized Thomas Jefferson and systems of government like democracies and capitalism while defending communist Angela Davis, communism and socialism. She does not defend the use of this book to teach English and composition, but rather defends the book's content. I submit the book's content was her priority to introduce and teach her preferred version of history, and our children paid the price with their low test scores. Number 3, Stamped is educationally unsuitable because it does not align with the district quality review checklist, or what I'll refer to as QRC, nor District Policy 3200. See Exhibit B. Policy 3200 states teachers must determine the material is appropriate for the classroom by using the quality review checklist to determine educational suitability and justification to gain approval to add a book to their curriculum. Some of the questions on this QRC checklist are as follows. Is the content free of biases and stereotypes that could be offensive to a subgroup? Does it contain material considered to be inflammatory, controversial, demeaning, or offensive to subgroups? Well, Reynolds and Kendi refer to white people 255 times in a negative light, with the exception of one white person. They brainwash the reader that all the white people are racist and are to blame for everything wrong in America. How do you think these claims make everyday average white students required to read this book feel? Are our children today supposed to feel responsible for slavery and racism? I believe the author would like to make them feel that way. The claims are inflammatory and they're controversial. They're demeaning and they're offensive to subgroups. Another QRC question is, Does the task build students' cultural competence through learning about and developing pride in their own culture as well as the culture of others? Stamped completely demeans the American story, culture, and origins with a biased portrayal of information. Today, only 18% of young adults feel very proud to be an American, compared to 85% in 2013. In 10 years, young adult American pride dropped 67%. Feeding our children propaganda like Stamped to distort American history is behind this sharp decline. So are AP teachers allowed to offend subgroups, bypassing the QRC and any district-level accountability? I was informed the AP classes in the district do not follow the quality review checklist because in lieu of that, AP syllabi and materials are verified by the principal and the college board. This information is not expressed in Policy 3200. So did Ms. Kidwell's syllabus go through the proper channels? Both Stamped and a book, 57 Bus, which focuses on gender identity, were required readings in her class that were left off the college board syllabus when she submitted her class for approval by the college board. Those two books remain entirely unapproved with zero accountability. The educational suitability of the book was never evaluated either by the college board nor the MTAC prior to its use in the classroom. This is a deceitful practice. The question then becomes, how are the 12 unapproved copies of Stamped available for Ashley High School students? I submit there's a large loophole. Copies were introduced to Ashley High School outside of the MTAC purview to support an adult staff global read aloud initiative. These books meant for staff then made their way to the library with records showing Miss Kidwell requested the Stamped books ordered for the library. Policy 3200 does not exempt the AP course curriculum from the quality review checklist. This would seem directly opposed to the clear intent of the Board of Education versus PICO, which establishes the right of the local school district and community to make final determinations on the suitability of supplemental materials for school use. The book Stamped did not go through any of the normal approval processes and channels, either by the college board or the district quality review process for library or classroom use. Therefore, it's educationally unsuitable. New Hanover County Policy 3200 also states that instructional materials should be representative of the rich diversity of our nation and appropriate for the maturity levels and abilities of the students. So I propose Stamped is educationally unsuitable because it is written on a 5th grade reading level. Please see Exhibit C. There is a scientific approach to measuring the text complexity and assessing the appropriate age of reading materials called Lexile measures. Lexile measures are the gold standard for matching readers to texts and tracking student growth towards college and career readiness. This book has a score of 1000L, which means it's suitable for readers aged 9 through 13. This class in question is a college-level AP class. Number 5, Stamped is educationally unsuitable because it is based on biased, manipulative opinion instead of clear facts. The school-level MTAC committee report states that Stamped's introduction pages provide clear evidence of purpose and evidence of clear position, stating the author defined his terms racist, anti-racist, assimilationist, and segregationist. In actuality, the author's own definitions are redefinitions of those existing words, modified according to his own personal opinions, but presented as facts. They are not fact. Kendi states the way in which I've formulated definitions of racism, racist, anti-racism, and anti-racist have not only been based on some sort of historical evidence, but also Kimberly Crenshaw's intersectional theory. Kendi admits he is redefining words loosely based on history. Examples of how the authors redefine these words can be heard in quotes from Stamped, and I'm reading them as written with incomplete sentences. Page 247, whether you, reader, want to be a segregationist, a hater, an assimilationist, a coward, or an anti-racist, someone who truly loves. Choice is yours, don't freak out. Pages 3 and 4. Segregationists are haters, like real haters, people who hate you for not being like them. Assimilationists are people who like you, but with quotation marks. Then there are anti-racists. They love you because they like you, and they are like you. Students at an impressionable age are manipulated into choosing a category to affiliate with based on how they should be labeled, with only these 3 labels as options. Ultimately, the authors pigeonhole the readers into labeling themselves someone who truly loves, or what is an anti-racist, because what student wants to align with being a hater or a coward? Kendi stated in a 2021 interview, and so I just can't imagine a pathway to being anti-racist that does not engage critical race theory. Page 3 of Stamped says, "The thief of racism is all around. This book, this not history book, this present book, is meant to take you on a race journey from then to now, to show how we feel, why we live how we live." Kendi says himself, this is not a history book, and yet Kidwell is using it as such. This is a class to teach rhetoric at the collegiate level. Ultimately, the strong rhetoric used by the authors leads to coercion and in and of itself, propaganda. Britannica.com states, comparatively deliberate selectivity and manipulation distinguish propaganda from education. Students cannot distinguish fact from opinion when redefined words, facts, and opinions are so intertwined. There's simply no way to hear Kendi's statements as anything other than an expression of his intent to formulate new definitions to suit his work. His work being based on the ideology and the artificial construct that you are either an oppressor or you're being oppressed. This is a false ideology that fosters a victim mindset with no real solutions, only division and distrust. The 1982 Pico case, Justice Blackmun says, a free and public education, if faithful to the idea of secular instruction and political neutrality, will not be partisan of any or enemy of any class, creed, party, or faction. The court therefore made it clear that the imposition of ideological discipline was not a proper undertaking for school communities. Number 6, Stamped is educationally unsuitable because of its numerous inaccurate and misleading sources. The school-level MTAC stated primary sources are considered the most authoritative sources on a subject. I would agree. They also stated they assumed the accuracy of those primary sources and mentioned the book was on the New York Times bestseller list for nonfiction, as if that in and of itself equates to doing due diligence to ensure the accuracy of the book's material. When I initially challenged Stamped, I was told it was not being presented as a fact, but as an argument. Why would the MTAC defend the validity of the book selection because it uses primary source information if this were not meant to be considered a fact-based book? The author cites primary sources as if his writing is factual and the book is categorized as nonfiction. Yet, the author manipulates the source information, and it's not just a page number error. For example, in reference to President Lincoln and the days after the Emancipation Proclamation, Kendi and Reynolds write on page 105, what Lincoln was comfortable with, however, was the way black people praised him. They'd run up to him in the street, drop to their knees, and kiss his hands. The source that he actually used says, at every step, Lincoln was besieged by former slaves who hailed him as a messiah, and they fell on their knees before the embarrassed president, who asked them to remain standing. Note the original context and the meaning versus the way it was presented. Stamped is presenting a biased viewpoint. It's just the opposite of what the source says. Did you hear the difference? The source clearly points out President Lincoln was not comfortable with the praise he was receiving and was, in fact, embarrassed by it. So what is the purpose of this twist? Is it to alter the perception of one of America's most esteemed leaders to fit his narrative? Primary sources are important, but when an author is derelict in using these sources honestly and accurately, the work becomes confusing for the student to distinguish between fact, fiction, and history. The information may contradict what they are learning in their classes, or worse, they may never have an opportunity to find out they have received misinformation or disputed information, so they won't be able to challenge or think about it independently. They have no other choice but to accept a fiction as fact. Just because he is citing primary sources doesn't mean he is using source material with proper context. The district level MTAC fell prey to this deception as well. They say the work as a whole can be assumed to actually accurately represent the primary sources. Clearly it does not. We all know what happens when you assume. I wonder if all the accolades Kendi has received were because it was assumed he would actually capture primary sources accurately. The MTAC further stated, we must take into account the original author who did this research is a specialist in African American history. By whose standards? What if our AP students come away from this class assuming these sources, the way they're represented and stamped, are true? Is that an appropriate education for them? In summation, we reiterate the book Stamped is educationally unsuitable because, 1, it is not based on the rhetorical craft. 2, it does not prepare the students adequately for their AP exam. 3, it doesn't align with the quality review checklist. 4, it is written on a 5th grade reading level. 5, it is based on biased, manipulative opinion instead of facts. 6, it contains numerous, clearly inaccurate, and misleading sources. Justice Berger in Pico states, how are fundamental values to be inculcated except by having school boards make content-based decisions about the appropriateness of retaining materials in the school library and the curriculum? In order to fulfill its function, an elected school board must express its views on the subject which are taught to its students. In doing so, those elected officials express the views of their community. Justice O'Connor also states in Pico, it is the school board that must determine educational suitability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. And I do want to apologize that we did not give you a 5-minute warning, so I do apologize for that. I will now give an opportunity for board members to ask questions of Ms. Gates and to keep order. We will do it in the same order throughout the day. Ms. Mason, you will be first if you'd like to ask a question. And just to let everyone know, we're going to go around several times. Everyone is going to be able to ask a question each time. Ms. Mason.
Thank you, Ms. Gates, for being here. My question for you is, you removed your daughter from being able to use this book. How much instructional time was lost for her?
This was a month-long assignment, so she missed a month of instruction. Thereby she's missing the discussion, she's missing the writing components, the education on whatever rhetorical devices were there in order for her to be outside the classroom. So 1 month. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McManus.
Good morning, Ms. Gates. Did you, your daughter, or husband read and discuss the Exhibit A, the AP syllabus, in bold black letters, which says content disclaimer on controversial materials, which states, as the AP program engages students in college level work, the AP language and composition course may include perspectives that could be considered controversial, including reference to ethnicity, nationality, religion, politics, race, dialect, sexuality, gender, and AP language. You did read that?
Yes, sir.
And she took the course.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McManus. I will be third. Ms. Gates, did the teacher and or school share a plan with you to include their ways of including your daughter in class if she did agree to take a separate book?
She was not included in any of the educational components for that month. She was required to read one of four other books that Ms. Kidwell provided, and she had to do her rhetorical analysis through the dialectical journal She missed out on the final group project.
Thank you. Ms. Craybill,
Ms. Barnhart's not next.
I have an order.
So, Ms. Gates, I'm wondering why you believe you have the right to dictate what the whole county can read and not just what your child can read.
Okay, folks, we do need to hear from Ms. Gates. Thank you.
You know, Ms. Craybill, thank you for the question. It's not about what I want. What I'm doing is calling into accountability School Board Policy 3200 to be policing, if you will, the MTAC committees and what is actually being presented in our schools, such that materials are appropriately scrutinized. And I might add that one thing in response also to Mr. McManus's question is I understand that AP presents controversial viewpoints, and I do believe that in order to be a critical thinker, you must be exposed to all sorts of viewpoints, but you must be exposed in such a way where there is a fair sampling of materials. If I could quote Rosenberger and Rector's from 1995, it says, "Viewpoint discrimination is the most egregious form of content discrimination." So I ask, of the 6 books assigned in this class, 5 of 6 represented racism and civil rights with no alternative viewpoints. So if we're going to do this well as an AP course and expose our kids to books like this, controversial material, then let's do so with a fair representation. Put a book from Thomas Sowell in there. Let kids see the difference of opinion so that they are not indoctrinated, they are educated. My point being, put a variety of resources so our kids can be critical thinkers. And if we go back, this is my last statement regarding that, if we go back to the call to audience and the extended call, if I recall, pretty much both sides said they want their kids exposed to multiple viewpoints. I would say both sides agree. I agree. I want my kids to be exposed to that. Where's the alternative viewpoint?
Okay, thank you. Again, audience, I would ask you to work with us. We have a lot to get through today, and if we stop every time, it's going to be a lot longer. So do appreciate your fervor in that, but Ms. Bradford, your question.
Ms. Gates, has your daughter taken any other AP classes?
Yes. She has taken AP Environmental Science, and she is taking 2 AP History classes this year, but primarily she has spent her junior and senior year at Cape Fear Community College doing dual enrollment.
Thank you. Ms. Walker.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gates. My question is, in your appeal to the district level MTAC committee, you stated, quote, "I have no problem with how the book aligns with the curriculum. The committee stated the use of any AP text in language and composition is based on craft and not content." And also, quote, "It is not the curriculum alignment with AP Lang and Comp Course description or corresponding standards in the NC Standard Course of Study that I object to. It is about the ideas presented and the manner and tone which are presented." So just to be clear, according to your statements, you don't have an issue with how it aligns with the curriculum or with the AP Lang and Comp Course or NC Standards. You just don't like the ideas and content.
So, yes, in response to that, I would say that the MTAC committee presented all the ways with examples that the book stamped aligned with its rhetoric to the NCDPI state standards for senior English. And so I don't have a problem with where it aligns with that rhetoric. What I have a problem with is the omission of facts, the biased viewpoints, the source inaccuracies that lead children to believe a false perspective on history. And so if she's teaching it content-based, presenting this supposedly as an argument, but actually as history, when we talk about rhetoric being effective, it can be. And I would say that rhetoric can be so effective, it becomes propaganda and manipulation, which is what I see here.
Thank you.
And we will finish with Ms. Barnhart. Ms. Barnhart, your first round question, please.
Ms. Gates, I assume that your daughter took this AP course. Do you mind sharing the score that she received?
Yes, I'd be happy to. She's an amazing, driven student. And despite missing a month of class, she received a 4 on her exam. So she passed and will be taking that credit.
Thank you. We will go around again. Ms. Mason, do you have a follow-up question? No follow-up question. Okay. Mr. McManus, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you, again, your husband or your daughter read what AP stands for? And I'd like to say the exhibit number, but it was not. I don't have the exhibit number, which says AP opposes indoctrination. AP students are expected to analyze different perspectives from their own, and no points on an AP exam are awarded for agreement with anyone's viewpoint. AP students are not required to feel certain ways about themselves or course content. AP courses instead develop students' abilities to assess the credibility of sources, draw conclusions, and make up their own minds. As the AP English Literature course states, AP students are not expected or asked to subscribe to any one specific set of cultural or political values, but are expected to have the maturity to analyze others' perspectives different from their own and to question the meaning, the purpose, or the effect of such content with the literary work as a whole. Did you read that?
Again, I'm going to ask one more time, please. Again, we want to hear from Ms. Gates. Later on, we'll hear from Ms. Brinson. We don't need the clapping and yelling in between. Thank you very much. Ms. Gates.
Yes, Mr. McManus, I've read that, and I submit to you that controversial, and it's really a reiteration of what I've already said, that the controversial material is totally fine. Where is the alternative viewpoint? Where is the child able to weigh and balance arguments and opinions versus history and an alternative side? With, when we talk about the misleading sources of this book, I think that needs to be a primary component. But also when you talk about the maturity of a student, these students are supposed to be mature enough to be taking a college-level course. I would say that there's a psychoanalyst who, Eric Erickson, it's actually the last exhibit that I submitted to you, who analyzed the 8 stages of psychosocial development. And he states in his work, the 5th stage of development, between 12 and 18, is where adolescents search for a sense of self and personal identity through intense exploration of personal values, beliefs, and goals as they transition into adulthood. This period is marked by a great influence by teachers. So if the teacher is presenting 5 of 6 books with viewpoint discrimination, then I would say that kid, after being exposed for a year to that teacher, would likely be swayed. And so that's what I'm concerned about. And if you want to consider maybe that was more of an adolescent age group, let's look at ages 19 through 40, the 6th stage of psychosocial development in young adults, which is where they develop the concept of intimacy or isolation. So intimacy applied to anti-racism, so you can be truly loved, people are going to gravitate towards that. Or if they have a differing viewpoint, if they're an assimilationist or a segregationist, a hater or a coward, they're going to be isolated, because who wants to be that? So they're going to stand alone. And that impact from this propaganda, from this indoctrination, not education, is going to impact them for the rest of their life, according to Eric Erickson. These are really key developmental stages, thus the need for a variety of sources that present a variety of arguments and prevent viewpoint discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. My follow-up question is, how has this overall affected your daughter?
Well, that's a loaded question. I would say that she experienced a lot of isolation in class because there were teachers, students, adults, and community members posting on Instagram and social media condemning me and condemning my daughter, which impacted her socially. Unfortunately, academically, she was able to push through, but she absolutely dreads being in school this year, but she will do just fine because she's a fighter and she's an overcomer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Ms. Craybill, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, Ms. Gates, I'm concerned that you are alleging that we are not following our policy 3200, and you've alleged that in several different manners, that we did not use appropriate methodology for following the rules. If you, I know you've read the policy 3200, and I wanted to bring to your attention, and perhaps you can speak to it. One of the requirements is to place principle above personal opinion and reason above prejudice in the selection of the material of the highest quality in order to ensure a comprehensive collection appropriate for all users. And it appears to me that looking in the both of the challenges that was met. Also in item B, number 3, it says materials brought in by teachers. And it says, before bringing in any material that has not been approved at the school or district level, the teacher must determine that the material is appropriate using the quality review checklist. And this book was already approved. It was in our libraries, so the quality review checklist may or may not have to have been submitted for that individual class. So is there, and so the question that comes with that is, what education do you have in selecting instructional materials, analyzing sources, and reviewing Lexile content, and as it applies to any level course in the school district?
I would say, Ms. Craybill, that it's not about my credentials at all. It's about me being a taxpayer, funding these schools, and demanding accountability to Policy 3200 and holding people accountable. We the people of New Hanover County, and so it's our job to look through and find loopholes. And when we see that we should place reason above prejudice, I would say, as I mentioned in the argument, that the book is very prejudiced against white people, against Christians, and so I would say that why was it in the library? That was the second component of what you asked. I would say, well, I thought that I made it clear, and I'm sorry if I didn't, that this was supposed to go through a quality review checklist. It did not, and somehow it got into the library, and there is no record of how that acquisition happened or that it was scrutinized by any sort of committee, MTAC, school board, superintendent. So the only way it came in, as I understand from searching the public records, was because it was ordered for this staff global read aloud initiative. So the maturity level of an adult staff member versus a student, okay, fine, do that with your staff. That's not what I'm questioning. I'm like, how did it get from there that now it's in the library and it's unapproved? And we talked about in PICO how that is inappropriate. There is no scrutiny, and the school board's supposed to have scrutiny over that. There's no record that I have found. It may exist, I just couldn't find it in the time that I had to look.
Ms. Bradford, do you have a follow-up question?
I do. Ms. Gates, you've read this book stamped?
Yes, ma'am.
As I have, in its entirety. You've read these other books that are on the syllabus, is that correct?
I have not read them in their entirety. I've skimmed them.
Okay, I have read them, all of them. So on this Lexile score that you say is the gold standard, which I had never heard of, but it's fascinating. And it's telling me that a 10-year-old in 4th grade at the end of the year is going to read at the 940L. And this book, stamped, is at the 1000L. So that's at the 5th grade level. All the materials that we have in the book reviews and so on, it all tells us that the book was written by a children's fictional writer, Mr. Reynolds, for 12 and up. And so it's your contention that to be in the 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, it should be up around 1300 to 1385 in terms of the reading level. So the other books that your daughter read, did she by any chance comment on the reading level of them as compared to this book? And the speech and composition component of this book compared to the others?
She, if I can think back for a second, when we spent the first couple days, she was still in class with this book, and she tried to read it. She says, this is ridiculous. This is so substandard for AP. I'm just going to read it because I have to at this point, but I'll do fine because I understand what they're trying to do. With 57 bus, she said, I don't see any rhetorical value in this, whereas there may have been in other books. The interesting thing is that the 57 bus and the stamped are the two lowest Lexile scores. 57 bus actually has a 980L Lexile score. And interestingly enough, that those are the two books that were left off Kidwell's syllabus that she submitted to the college board to get approval for her class. So my question would be, if she had put stamped in 57 bus on her syllabus to submit to the college board, would the college board then have gone, that might be a little below AP standards to have your class reading 5th grade level books? And so I would submit to you that some of the other books, she said, I don't have as much of a problem with, but those two in particular were very distinct. And I frankly had a very hard time reading stamped because the diction, the incomplete sentences, the grammar, and the poor writing style that's meant to appeal to a 5th grade audience.
Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to say congratulations to your daughter. She did really well in the AP exam. I know my daughter's taken plenty, and they're very tough, and so I think that's a testament to Ms. Kidwell. But I also want, and your daughter, obviously. So I want to ask you this. So in an email to the board clerk dated May 9th, you asked for an appeal to the school board of the district MTAC committee decision, which stated that the book met both NCDPI and AP guidelines for materials instruction on rhetoric. You go on to state, quote, ironically, we agree this book is a great example of effective rhetoric, and our concern is about the book's content. Since rhetoric is one of the reasons this book was chosen, and it's a great example, why not support reading of the book?
Yes, so I've already addressed that, and I can just make another statement that the rhetoric is in there. We can identify examples of rhetoric. The question is, was the rhetoric taught to the students, or was it content? Because the MTAC said it's the craft, not the content, yet Kidwell's assessment of it, the work the students had to do was content-based. And to my point before, that rhetoric, while it's identified there, wasn't necessarily, from what I understood from other students in the class who I spoke with and gotten an idea about their assignment, because my daughter wasn't present, she was exempt from that month, she didn't go to class, was that they didn't have an understanding of the material. In the dialectical journals that I saw, they took quotes from the book, which was part of the assignment, and next to that quote, they were supposed to identify the rhetorical device that was used to to basically identify and represent that quote. And those kids didn't actually do that. They struggled identifying the rhetorical device that their quote represented. And so my concern is that they didn't actually analyze the book for its rhetorical strengths, even though the book itself has rhetorical strength. It wasn't analyzed as such in class, such that some of those kids were not able to complete their assignment well and identify the rhetorical devices.
You didn't include
Instead,
that in
it was
your
content-driven.
You didn't include that in your evidence, though, so we don't have an example of that.
No, I was asked not to share that because privacy is hard to come by.
Thank you.
I want to protect those students.
And Ms. Barnhart.
Ms. Gates, you made a claim that I think is extremely interesting. The syllabus that you included in the exhibit is what your child received in this class. But you were saying a different syllabus was submitted to the AP course guideline because she has received the approval of being an AP course teacher. So if the claim that you're saying is indeed accurate, the change of that syllabus could jeopardize the status of the AP course itself. And so can you verify the syllabus that was submitted to the AP course requirements? And can we see that it's different than this?
Yes, ma'am. We can absolutely do that, and I apologize for it not being in your list of exhibits because the public records request took 1 month to get, and I received it on Monday. And so for that reason, I was unable to include it as I submitted my documents last Thursday. I do have a hard copy with me. I am happy to send that to you digitally so that you can see it's a very extensive syllabus she presented. It's about 10 pages, and there is zero mention of stamped nor 57 bus anywhere on there. And so there's a huge difference. And, perhaps that's a matter of, AP teachers and, the extent to which they have to justify their class to the College Board. And obviously the students and parents don't need to see all that backlog story. But to me, that was the most egregious problem or loophole that I have seen in this process, that those two books are entirely unapproved by a QRC or by the College Board and as part of the syllabus. So please let me know how I can get you that information. Thanks.
Ms. Gates, I'm sorry there was a distraction. Can you repeat the beginning of your comment?
What's the beginning?
Yeah, whoever has their phone on, please turn that off. Thank you very much. Can you restate the beginning of your comments? I'm sorry. I know that you don't have them written down, but there was a distraction. Someone's phone went off.
Oh, yes. Okay, sure. The timing. Okay, thank you. So I apologize for not getting you what would have been another exhibit, which is the syllabus that Ms. Kidwell submitted to the College Board that was approved firstly by the principal and then to the College Board. Because I received that from a public records request this past Monday of this week. I was required to turn in my materials and exhibits last Thursday. So that material had not arrived to me until Monday. So I would be happy to provide that syllabus to you I have a hard copy here, or I'd be happy to share it digitally with you. But the concern being is that not only did the principal sign off on it, but the College Board. And to your question, Ms. Barnhart, submitting that syllabus to the College Board allows for the course to be approved, to be publicized, for her to have access to all of the AP, as I understand it, resources, accounts, and things of that nature. And if it is not approved, or there is a problem because information wasn't submitted, that is beyond me. And I'm hoping that perhaps you can take up that breadcrumb trail.
Mr. Chairman, a request for information. I have something in my packet that looks like that might be what it is. Can we confirm or deny that that is what we have, Ms. Bowie? Do we have the document she's talking about in our packets?
You would need to review that with Mr. Vogel, as he's the one that prepared the documents for distribution.
I'm not prepared to tell you right now whether you have or don't have the document that
Exhibit 28 is the document she's talking
Okay.
about. You have it. It's Exhibit 28.
It's in here?
Yes.
I thought so.
Okay.
So would you like me to, I
Point
can
of order,
read a
Mr.
quick
Chair.
sentence.
We don't take more evidence, right? That's it. We had a deadline. Okay.
We're good. We already have it. We're going for a third round. Ms. Mason, any questions? No. Mr. McManus?
Skipped me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going, Ms. Bradford.
Yes, I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gates, you talked a lot about content, and
Wait, no, Bradford, I didn't skip you. You had a question several times ago. It's Ms. Walker, then Ms. Barnhart's question. Now we go back to the beginning again. Ms. Mason said she didn't have a question. Mr. McManus, do you have a question? Another question, sir?
Sir.
Go ahead, please.
Well, let's admit, that we all have biased opinions, no matter who we are, no matter if we say we don't, we do. And things are very personal to us, and sometimes, but I think the elephant in the room is First Amendment rights. And I would fight for your right to complain, to fill out a petition, to even have this hearing, which I think maybe goes beyond given additional rights. But I served as a high school principal for decades, so I feel like I have valuable experience. If petitions had been issued for every book that every teacher in my life, having served at Hoggard with close to 2,600 students, Topsail High School, I went in at 390, and I think that now there's 1,600 and something, maybe 17. And then in private school at Cape Fear Academy. If I had censored books or a petition, I felt I was offending the First Amendment rights of students to be able to read what they want to read. Of course, most parents would be involved in that. So my issue with this hearing is not about a book or a title of book so much as it is the fact of banning other people's First Amendment rights when we have someone who doesn't like, and so we all agree that we have bias, but we must defend everyone else's rights, First Amendment, to read what they want. And that is an issue. How do you accept that, realizing that this will lead to more book banning?
Yes, that's a very good question. And Mr. McManus, as I said in my introduction, I am requesting this book be removed from classrooms in New Hanover County schools based on those 6 reasons, not from the libraries. I think it's very important to distinguish that children should have the option to be exposed to all of these resources on their own accord with whatever parental discretion. When you assign a book like this book happens to be the most challenged book, one of the most challenged books in the country right now. So if we actually took some time and looked at a whole bunch of these other cases, one might consider, why would we submit, as New Hanover County Schools, why would you yourselves submit yourselves to having this book, this contentious book in the school systems, when there is so much classic literature, when there's so many books that have been used over the past 50 years for AP classes that are valuable, that have been used all over the nation successfully? Why are we introducing such a hot button topic and disregarding classic literature, disregarding things like Milton, Paradise Lost, like Catcher in the Rye? Why are we not using that when there's so many other options out there? Why is it so important to have this book? I think that's the key question. If we're fighting so hard to have this one book, why are we fighting so hard? Is it the content that they want in there? Because there's so many other books that have great rhetoric. So why are we fighting so hard? What is it about this book that is so necessary for the students of New Hanover County?
May I respond to that?
No. We have one question. We'll keep going around. I think so. And I do want to remind board members that this is not the time to debate. We'll debate later on. This is time to ask questions. So I understand.
Mr. Chair?
Sir.
The introduction and the evidence that was produced has opened every portal for our right to ask questions.
Oh, I'm saying we can ask questions, but we don't need to go through a whole bunch of rhetoric.
But she asked a question to us. If it goes unanswered, then...
Well, you'll have a chance again to ask a question again, as per the rules that we have set out. At this point, my next question is, have you ever done anything like this, Ms. Gates, before? Is this a normal pattern for you?
Well, that's a good question. No, it's not my normal pattern. I would say I am just doing the next right thing as a parent in faith, trying to pursue the proper channels to challenge a book based on not only our family's opinion, but the opinions of many others in our community and, frankly, our state and country. And so I think it's important that as we the people, as those tasked with technical governance of this country, that we must now start standing up and pursuing accountability in ways that maybe we're not comfortable in, because I certainly don't want to be here, and I'm not a confrontational person, but I'm happy to be here because this is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Ms. Craybill, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I kind of following up on a little bit of that and Mr. McManus's questions, but I can't decide which one to go first with. I'll start with this one. You said to us that you had seen other students' work, and I am wondering how you got a hold of that work, and because I have also seen a request that you asked for students' work, and I'm just wondering why you needed to see what the other kids were doing when your daughter had her own assignment using the same dialectic forms. And so that, to me, would be a breach of, anybody who shared, that's a breach of student records. And I'm just wondering why you needed those and how you got them.
Do you know, I didn't actually need those, nor did I ask them for them, but in conversations with parents who had children in this class, they said, well, we had the same problems, but we are so afraid that the teacher will basically lash out by taking her down a grade or 2 in their assessment on my child, and that my child will be ostracized. So they wouldn't do what I've done. We're talking, I just have a handful, and it's hearsay, so if you're not going to accept it, that's fine. But no one else will do this because their kids are like, no, Mom, my social life will be over for the next 2 years. So they said, but can I show you? Can I show you? And I said, yes, I would like to see that. Because my daughter wasn't in it, and I think it's part of my due diligence as a parent to ask around and get a sense for what is going on and how people are feeling, including the students, so that I can best represent my case. So it's not a Katie Gates thing. It's not my opinion and what I believe and that I think this should be banned. It's actually a reflection of a lot of people. But mind you, the reason people don't do this very often is because there is a price to pay. And we have paid it as a family. My daughter has paid it. So I'm just saying, I'm glad to do it. I'm glad we're here. This has not been easy, and so people don't do this because of what happens.
Gates? Bradford?
Thank you, Ms. Gates. You had talked about analyticals of speech and composition, which is the purpose of this course. And you had mentioned that it wasn't to teach history. And you had mentioned that the author says it's not a history book, and you'd used air quotes. Are you aware of the August 7th Port City Daily question and answer verbatim questions with the author, Mr. Kendi, and that he said, and I quote, "And let me just say, Stamped is one of the best-selling nonfiction history books of our time." Are you aware of that? And how did your daughter reconcile that with the book saying it's not a history book, but then later it says it is, and then it says it's not, and then it says, you talk about confusion. And what confusion did you see in your family with your daughter over that?
So I can say that the root of my whole argument is confusion because of emotion, because of opinion, and fact being intertwined because of poor citations in this book. I was told, and the redefinition of terms, and I was told by various history teachers what general style of citation is used by authors who write history, and they say it's Chicago style. So if I could just take a moment, Chicago style citations that that quote primary sources have two forms. When history is cited, when primary sources or any source is cited, there's two options. One, there must be footnotes on the bottom, and that the quote or the citation must be identified within the text with a subscript and the source written on the bottom of the page. Number one, Chicago style. Or number two, there's parenthetical attribution to the author and the year of publication following the statement that was extracted from the source. Kendi and Reynolds have none of that. They're not complying with any normal like MLA or Chicago style. In the back of their book, their sources cited are on page 1, on page 12, and then a couple of sources. And if you have looked through these source inaccuracies, you can see that there have been misquotes, there have been twisted quotes, omissions, manipulation of facts. And so I'm very concerned about that. So being a science person, when we talked, back to your question, sorry about the long-winded intro, when we talked about how we know whether to trust this material or not, given it's confusing to know whether it's a history or not history book, is to look at the sources and how it's cited. Because anybody who is writing a history book should have their facts cited properly and should be proud of that. What I see is that there is deceit operating here because you cannot identify the majority of his statements by the statement itself, excluded from opinion, and the retwisting of truth, the reframing. There is a lot of reframing, and if you've looked at Exhibit D in great gory detail, multiple sources about how source data was twisted, it is a big concern for me. And the MTAC committee my first submission was like it was a page number error. Well, it didn't sit right with me, so we spent hours and hours questioning what actually they should do in AP language and comp. They're supposed to learn whether a source is trustworthy and to be able to identify why it is or isn't. And so I had to teach that to my daughter because she didn't know. So that's how we pointed it out, and it was very confusing. And so as a family, certainly we're tasked with raising our daughter according to our values. History is very important to me. And so I was trying, as always, to say, this is an opinion, this is an argument, this is not necessarily fact. So please separate that in your mind.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to piggyback off this. I mean, it's clear you don't like the content. We've established that. You've called it a tool for indoctrination to a precept and ideology that is un-American, Marxist at its root, politicized, inaccurate, and controversial. So my question is, if you had allowed your daughter the opportunity to read and write a paper for Stamped, do you feel like she could have written an effective rhetorical rebuttal to the book and that maybe you could have helped her with that?
I believe she could, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Ms. Gates.
Hold on 1 second, please.
I think my last question for you is, I saw the emails and that Ms. Walker is referencing, and it seems that the submission to the school, then the district, and now us, which ultimately we are the last straw of the lines as far as no matter what happens, that we have a potential to be put in court for. We cannot look at the rhetoric and whether our opinion matches with whether or not we like this book. We have 3 legal grounds, and I feel like the submission to us includes more information because I feel like now you grasp and understand that as far as legal grounds, there are only 3 we are allowed to consider. And so is that the difference why we see the development of what you submitted to us versus what you submitted to this school and the MTAC district level committee?
Yes, and I would say it's very interesting of all of the emails that I have sent out to the principal, to the board and whatnot. The one that's cited most in the media is my first response. And my first response was the day that I read that book. And it was an emotional response, and perhaps I should have edited it because now it's all over the nation. But you know what? It actually just proves what the quality review checklist says. Is this material offensive to any subgroup? So it was offensive. It was emotionally charged, and I responded out of that. And so that was my initial request, to be like, I need my daughter out of this book assignment. Then I learned how to do that. And then I took a more objective stance. Okay, so what is allowed, what isn't allowed, what is the policy to be able to track effectively and to actually present more directly and objectively. So yes, it was an emotional response. And I tell you, nobody knows how to do this. And I don't know how many hearings you've had like this based on a book challenge. I would say I haven't ever heard of it. So I'm learning every step of the way. So every time I went to another level, I was asked different questions. And so I had to clarify to a new and different level. And so as I went, yes, my argument was more developed and also more focused, to the point where I've spent, the last, 3 weeks really looking at this, because I do not want to bring anything superfluous before you, because I realize the legal implications from different challenges that have happened to remove it from the libraries, to remove it from other places, that could put you all in a position that's uncomfortable, and I don't want that. So I do hope that the way I presented this is objective proof. We're not asking you to remove it from the library, so we are asking you to remove it from the classroom because 6 reasons it's unsuitable, and one of those was because it's age level inappropriate. So we're looking at 2 of the 3 reasons that Mr. Vogel had presented are the grounds on which, through the PICO case, you have the ability to restrict this book in New Hanover County Schools. And so I did clarify, and I'll point this out now because I'm sure it'll come up, that my public statement, I said when I turned it in on Thursday, was to restrict the availability of this book. And so in presenting this today, you notice that I changed my mind, and I said I want it out of all classrooms, but not in the libraries. So I presented the specific manner on which I wanted it restricted. So that was a change that maybe you were wondering about, and so I had to be as specific as possible today. So a more specific version of what I said on Thursday.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Just a couple quick reminders. We've had the second phone go off, so please silence your phones. I shouldn't have to say that, but please silence your phones because it is distracting. And just to let everyone know, I'm going to continue to call the roll in case someone has even if you didn't have a question before, if you may have a follow-up question you would like to ask. So we'll start with Ms. Mason. Do you have a follow-up question? No? Mr. McManus, do you have a follow-up question, sir?
I'm limited to one follow-up question?
No, at one each time.
Okay.
Each round.
I'm going to ask a question that I really hadn't thought about until I listened to you. May I ask where your child, some of her top 2 or 3 universities, colleges that she would like to attend, and with her AP scores, obviously, she has a great chance of getting in about probably any of them. But has she stated where she might like to go to school?
I don't think I'm going to share that personal information, but I will say that I want to give kudos to my daughter because despite this whole situation, she remains number 1 or 2 in the class, the senior class at Ashley High School.
Well, outstanding.
And so I'm so excited that she has, she is educationally sound and she is a smart girl. And this didn't set her back a whole heck of a lot. She could have gotten a lot more. I actually think that she could have gotten a 5 had there been more preparation, but she was...
Well, as you should be, and I applaud that.
All right, thank you, Mr. McManus.
Well, I hadn't asked my question. I was leading up to it.
You did ask your question, sir. Mr. McManus, you did ask your question. You asked where she was going to school. That was your question. Mr. Craybill?
You feel better, Mr. Wildebohr?
Not yet. Not yet. I will in a minute.
Okay, so going back to change of heart that you mentioned, first of all, in the request for consideration of resources, the complaint represents herself, not other parents. So I need to just make that clear there. But in your emails that you have sent back and forth, one of the things, and there's 3 things in there that I want to ask you about. One, you say, in what kind of AP class do they do reading for the whole class when the teacher does a read aloud? When, if you look at, teaching best practices, it is important, and I pulled it up on my phone, there is evidence that shows that reading to students at all different levels is important. So I'm wondering if you are more mad about that than you are about the content. It says the benefits of secondary classrooms are just as great. According to the research, benefits include increased literacy, fluency, and comprehension, as well as an increased accessibility to the material for all students, regardless of their reading level. So I'm wondering, why that didn't make it into your form. In that same email, you talk about your religious beliefs. I won't have my daughter being subjected to that mockery of God's word. Please do not bring political, controversial texts into the classroom. It is distracting, unethical, and confusing for students who need to be focused on critical thinking, grammar, history, math, and classical literature. This is an example of CRT. And you talk about Genesis in the Bible and that this should be added into. Now, I know that you are a proponent of biblical citizenship for modern America, and you teach a class on that. So if your real reason is religion, and why was it not included in any of your requests for reconsideration of resources?
Well, Ms. Crable, you said I had a change of heart. My heart has never changed. And when you're given from Mr. Vogel, the lawyer, the reasons and the grounds on which you are supposed to develop your argument with objective proof, then I'm presenting objective proof. I did that. So, yeah, I am a Christian, and yes, I teach biblical citizenship, but that's a driving factor where I don't want our country's history misrepresented. That's who I am. But we're not analyzing who I am as a person or my personal values. We're analyzing my argument today. And so what I hear you may be saying is it seems that you've had a change of heart, which I haven't. I've just further developed my argument as I've gone, as I explained before. And so Did I answer your question? You want me to repeat?
No, not
'Cause that was
really.
a
I'm
long
just
question
wondering
and I
why it's
kinda
not
lost
on
ya.
these forms. That if religion was a huge proponent, and again, that's not one of the things, so now you've dropped that off and you're representing others, not just yourself. So I'm just curious as to why your forms didn't reflect that.
Okay, so I'm representing myself because I'm one parent going through this process. Having talked to other parents, yes, because I was justifying my reason. Do I have a reason to do this? Is it just me, or are there other people? So I'm not going to pursue something just because I am worked up and emotional about it. I did my due diligence. And in terms of the religious references, one of my comments that I have made in the school board meetings was on page 13 of the book, where Kendi and Reynolds present George Best's whimsical theory of curse theory, which basically is what he presented. He presented climate theory and curse theory as the reasons for slavery in America. And climate theory, if you look at your Exhibit D, was debunked, what Kendi and Reynolds said. It wasn't even Aristotle who said that, it was Hippocrates, and Aristotle never made mention of race as being a factor in that. And then this curse theory, which is the anchor of the founding fathers' reason why slavery was justified in this nation, was based on a biblical citation from Genesis 6 that was completely spun inaccurately, where it said, God told, and I'm just going to say what the book said, so forgive me for the language. The book stamp says, and God told Noah and his sons not to have sex with their wives on the ark, but because Ham did, he went ham, which it says in the book. They got off the boat, and God cursed Ham's descendants to be black and disgusting for the rest of history as a penalty. So personally, I have grounds to refute that. That's completely not what the Bible says. So yeah, I brought that up. But I didn't bring it up today because I don't want it to be perceived as a factor that influences my objective truth. Where I stand, I'm telling you right now, yeah, that is offensive, which by the QRC checklist should be a factor, but it's inaccurate representation, and it's being presented in a nonfiction book as the reason, the anchor to justify American slavery. Two theories that are completely debunked. And this is presented as nonfiction. This is presented as history, or not history, but again, back to the confusion. So I'm confused. I can't imagine the kids being confused.
Thank you. Ms. Bradford?
Ms. Gates, did you read any of the book reviews cited as evidence by the MTAC committee as why this book was kept and you were denied? And if so, did you notice any references in those book reviews? Because we have a bunch of them in our binder that were given to us to look at. And did you notice in there any references to the quality or syntax of the speech or the composition of the book? Or did you notice that it was all about history and race and all of the other topics that the book wasn't kept for, according to the syllabus? It was supposed to be speech and composition, not a history class. Did you notice that when you looked at those book reviews?
Yes, I did, and I read those a while back, so I don't have any specific review off the top of my head, but yes, what I feel like is the default for most reviewers is, why are we questioning the expert? Why are we questioning teachers? Why are we questioning the MTAC? Why are we questioning Ibram X. Kendi? Everybody's an expert in their field. So this assumption that his sources are correct. He is one of the foremost Black African American historians in the nation. By whose standards? I mean, where's Thomas Sowell? I mean, like, where's the variety of people? So it seems like he's revered and he has a reputation, and therefore any objectivity and in our analysis of his works or the book reviews is superficial at best, I would say, And I do believe that the content bias towards race and racism, towards civil rights history, it is definitely his bias. And so if he's a historian, I would want to say, you know what, and I think I just need to make this clear, I've wanted to say this for a while, is that I absolutely believe that a lot of Ibram X. Kendi's work is good. He has studied. He is accredited. He's well studied. And so why don't we look maybe in New Hanover County Schools for a start at textbooks or resources that give a really balanced, good account of American history, that give an account of the egregious offenses of American history, but also how far we've come as a nation, and even the founders of our nation, where they were as young people, but when they wrote the Declaration of Independence, and they realized that their inalienable rights come from God and everybody is created equal with equal opportunity, that the majority of the founders then shifted their opinion, and the majority of them became abolitionists, right? And we are a nation that's a work in progress. We are working towards a more perfect union, and therefore, if somebody looked at me and judged me based on what I did in college versus who I am now, that would be a huge different picture. So why are we picking out and cherry picking little bits of history? Ibram X. Kendi does that well, and presenting that as the history and not looking at the context and not looking at the progression and not looking at that we are the freest, most prosperous nation in the world for years and years. So let's look at that. Let's include all the egregious offenses. Let's teach the bad history. We are an imperfect nation. We are an imperfect nation. And so I just ask for the variety of viewpoints, and that maybe perhaps we can look at different authors, different historians, and weigh the truth, because the truth is hard to come by nowadays.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know we talked a little bit about, how you've been feeling about this whole ordeal. It's clear that by your statement that you want this removed from the classroom across New Hanover County, which is taking it out of the hands of all the other parents and students that may want it in there as well. And so I guess my question is, I read one of your emails, December 13th, where you stated to the teacher, this is the day before the teacher had a chance to get back to you. You stated to the AP teacher that notice that I have CC'd the school board and Robinson Facts Commission, and that Ms. Kidwell requests you pursue another topic or book in the meantime till this concern can be addressed. I guess my question is, why did you feel it necessary to include this in your opening email? I didn't know if it was threatening or not, and what topic are you referring to?
Can I stop for 1 second? We do need everyone seated, please, so if you would please find a seat. Thank you. Ms. Gates, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sure. So I mentioned in my argument the ideology that Ibram X. Kendi and Reynolds are promoting here. And it's that of you're categorized and you're divided. There's an oppressor and an oppressed. That is a Marxist ideology. Okay? So I am calling that out. And when Kendi says that the foundation of my work, which basically he's defined anti-racism, I mean, he is behind that, is rooted in critical race theory and intersectional theory. And so just to bring up, one of my first major concerns is that I had heard coming to school board meetings since 2021 that we don't teach critical race theory in our schools. And I have a WHQR article, and through the YouTube videos, Miss Adams, the former chair, had said again, because she's been asked a lot, right? Again, we do not teach critical race theory in New Hanover County schools. We follow the North Carolina social studies standards. And Ms. Kidwell assured me in an email in December, CRT is a concept I just heard about a few years ago. It's mostly a framework for analyzing laws and government. Be assured I have not learned enough about CRT to be teaching it to AP students. Yet she chose a book from an author who is self-professed, anti-racist, and his work is grounded in CRT. In the last August school board meeting, there was a person who got up and had asked ChatGPT, the AI, and they know everything, is this book considered critical race theory? And the AI said yes. So my emotional response initially is absolutely that we have heard that critical race theory is not being taught. Ibram X. Kendi, his foundation of his work is rooted in that, and this ideology is a Marxist ideology, and I see a creep of Marxism and CRT infiltrating our educational systems, and so that is a concern of the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. The purpose of his Facts Commission is to identify ideologies and rhetoric that is dangerous to our students. And so absolutely I submitted this because I finally had come across something in my own personal walk in our family that represented that. And
so you felt the school board and Mr. Robinson would be the best people to CC because you felt that they would be more likely to hear your complaint. That's my question.
Well, yeah, so we've been invited by the Lieutenant Governor in the Facts Commission. Any parent, anybody is welcome to submit any concern they have to the Facts Commission, and it's a form you fill out online, and I think parents should actually wake up more to what's being presented in their schools and start reporting. They actually have thousands and thousands of submissions, and they have statements that they've made on how this pervasive ideology has penetrated North Carolina schools. So I'm calling it out as a dangerous ideology, yes.
And again, board members, please remember we asked one question.
She wasn't answering, so I wanted to get her to answer the question.
Sorry?
She hadn't answered the question I had asked.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. Carrying on, Ms. Barnhart.
Ms. Gates, you have pointed out a few things that are concerning with procedural things on our side, and we're going to have an opportunity to discuss this with the district representatives. One of the evidence that you submitted was discussing the inaccuracies. North Carolina has changed to allow standards to open up the door to more diverse perspectives, and I think all of us can value that. The question and the criticism has come with, should we allow diversity and not worry about the factual component? And what you have brought to the attention for us to consider is actually questioning the author and the context of him misrepresenting references. So to me, this brings up a bigger issue, and I want to get clarity. This, as far as bringing this into evidence, is challenging the author, not for the content, but for the misrepresentation of how he is referencing how he compiled his best-selling book, because his job is to make money. But that is, I want to gain clarity. This is what you're trying to present as far as these evidence. I don't know what pages they are.
Exhibit D.
Okay, yes, D, okay. But you're challenging the author himself.
I am, and stamped the version that we were assigned is called the Remix. It's based on his original book, which was a more adult version. And my concern is also that this book has been rewritten for multiple age groups, including a graphic novel recently. And in the New Hanover County Schools, there's 75 copies of Kendi books. And so when considering what to ask for, if in fact this historian, this accredited, apparently historian, is writing books that are being utilized across our school board, and there are this many factual inaccuracies and citations that really aren't appropriate, it should bring into question the author. So I would agree with you there, and that is the basis by which, I think this argument is developed, is number one, the course is supposed to be about the craft and not the content, but there was so much focus on the content, which if it is supposed to be a history book and it's categorized as nonfiction, and we have debunked multiple sources, if I had more time and got a bunch of people together, I would love to go after more. So let's just do due diligence. And in the meantime, until it can be, proved and weighed, let's not assign it in the classroom. Keep it in the libraries.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Going to the next round, Ms. Mason. Mr. McManus.
Ms. Gates, if I offended you by asking that question, I totally apologize. As a high school principal, I ask that 400 million times to every single student. Then I would say, this is what you need to do, need to take, this is what you need to explore. By rationale for answering the question, you don't have to answer it, of course. What prepares you or any other parent when they go to college, and this is a college level class, but to an actual college campus, and a professor in their discussion or their assignments, reading, otherwise group work, says something that you do not approve of? Are you going to the chancellor? Are you going to send it to Mark Robinson? And I'm not trying to be smart, it's an honest question, because the university system, I doubt, is going to give you a hearing.
Yes, no, I totally agree. And as a parent, I don't get to micromanage at that age. But here we are in New Hanover County, and as far as I understand, we're operating under a policy 3200, board level discretion. It is a college level class. We acknowledge that. I agree, and I read all of the AP qualifications about this class and having controversial issues and variety of viewpoints expressed. I understand that. And so maybe y'all can help me understand then why it is that this AP class is completely not under what I'm seeing under your jurisdiction, yet it's in a New Hanover County school. So at some point, I would like that to be addressed as to why it's not addressed in policy 3200. Or, honestly, if we're going to be, forthright, I would really like on an AP syllabus for every teacher in any AP class to say there is no local accountability. This syllabus and these books are entirely unapproved by any of our advisory committees. And I think that might be fair to the parents. And then at that point, they can make a choice whether that's a class they'd like their child to pursue. So my problem is that I didn't realize that, and it took a month and a half of public records requests to actually figure it out because it wasn't made clear. And so if that was made clear, if I had all the evidence and all the information, I could weigh a decision better. But I do believe as a parent that and as PICO says, we are here under your supervision ultimately to make decisions, and so I am counting on that. Again, college is out of our reach, but this is an AP class being taught by teachers who are also teaching other classes. So I will look forward to learning more about how that accountability works, how we can close loopholes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, so we'll go on to Ms. Craybill.
Yeah, I'm going back to a comment that you made earlier about brainwashing. And I am wondering what evidence that you have that indicates that that we have made someone adopt radically different beliefs by using a system and often forcible pressure. So that's pretty strong words, given that the whole concept of the class is to take that strong content and let our young adult students figure that out for themselves in their own way. And are you familiar with the suggested course guides that AP teachers or teachers in general use to teach this book?
So I'm familiar with the AP College Board Guidelines, the 100-page document. I'm familiar and have looked at through Amazon and some of the review committees. There are sources out there that are published on how to teach the book, and there's like a 30-day, guideline. I think it's and one is by Clio, and the other one I got off of Amazon. I don't recall. I think it's in the exhibits. So I am familiar with that. Yes.
Okay. Because.
That was your question?
No, that wasn't my question.
Oh, it was your question. Yes, ma'am. Next,
Oh, good Lord, Pete.
each person gets one question.
Okay.
Make it fair.
Ms. Gates,
Got a question to answer?
at some point, you were planning your daughter's curriculum for this year. And you said, let's take this AP English Language and Composition course. What was your objective in doing that? What did you expect your daughter to learn? And how did you expect her to be at the end of it? What was your expectation of this course? Because you had to talk about that. Let's pick this one, because you can't have everything you want. So what was your expectation?
Number one, my expectation was, and again, I don't know if it's an expectation because my daughter at this age is very capable of thinking on her own, so we discuss things together, and she justifies why she wants to take things. And so she wanted to take that, number one, because it fits in her schedule, and number two, she wants to be challenged by only AP classes and go to Cape Fear as a dual-enrolled student. And so she wanted to pursue this because she wants to be best prepared for college, and she wants to get rid of her prerequisites so that she can really focus on her future and what she's interested in. And to her, the effectiveness of being able to do that in New Hanover County Schools, which is a huge gift to be able to take AP and to be dual enrolled, is amazing. So thank you for that. That by the end of this class, I would expect that her writing would have improved drastically, that she would be able to analyze sources well, and adopt what she's learned and apply it in her own life. That's the goal of most classes. And I would say that we haven't talked specifically about the outcome of this class. The one thing that we did share was that there wasn't a lot of focus on writing development, and she wished she would have had opportunity to learn that more because all we did is study other people's and do some of the timed preparations. So that was our comment about the end of the class. So she did want a little bit more out of the class.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I think it's wonderful that your daughter's doing so well. I mean, like I said, my daughter, she got a great opportunity for an education in New Hanover County Schools, and she's gone really far, and I hope that for your daughter. But I want to ask you a question. You had brought up bias, and I will just say, as an American, a white American, obviously I read this book, and it did cause me to think a lot about what I was taught in history, and it caused me to reflect about what I was not taught as a citizen of this community, about any of the historical issues that happened here. And so I guess my question for you is as it relates to bias, I mean, do you not feel that another perspective, specifically African-American perspective, that they themselves have a right to write about their point of view, and do you think maybe it reflects on your own bias that you feel like you don't agree with a lot of the things in the book? Yes, I'd be happy to answer that. So when you were reflecting about the book, I can see where the concepts, I think this is a book it's a springboard, for discussions in a different place outside of an AP Lang and Comp class. Reflecting on it, did you reflect on the accuracy? So we're reflecting on all these concepts, we're reflecting on this history, the nonfiction book presented as history. Is the accuracy part of that? Are we making decisions based on someone's opinion that is perceived as fact? That is where I have the problem. And in terms of my personal bias, I'm sorry if I didn't make it clear earlier, I want my kid to be exposed to all facets of history. I think the best solution that we could have is to actually work with our history in our English classrooms. They're generally work together in all the other states I've lived in to study history and work with the writing and to learn the facts and to synthesize the good with the bad and to reflect on that, because that would develop critical thinking. That would develop a mature mindset when you have the opportunity to weigh. I think it's been horrible the way we've been taught civics and history in the United States in the last 50 years. I don't think I was prepared at all to truly understand our history. There's a lot of whitewashing going on, and the Black voice needs to be heard. There are atrocities and there's been bigotry, but the one thing I would say is
America's not systemically racist. I would say people in America are. People in America are systemically racist, right? Within their mindset and their paradigms. There's a lot of people who have done very poorly and aren't a reflection of our founding, forefathers' principles. And we need to know that. So what value Kendi and whatnot brings is they're starting to expose some of that, but they're doing it in such a way where it's an emotional trigger to an opinion. So how about we tie in, hey, let's make an awareness. We need to get this in our schools, but let's look at the facts and then develop the opinions off of the facts. That is really, it's a revisionist history. As I understand, I was trying to clarify for myself, history is facts. It's like what happened on any given day that's been recorded. And a revisionist history is you're allowed to have an opinion on history, which is acceptable in discussion. So there is revisionist history, but when revisionist history substitutes facts with opinions and redefinitions and reformulations, therein lies a problem. So if we can just get together, I think that everything that we're divided over can be resolved by sharing more of what is truth instead of the emotional drama that's triggered by, and I call it propaganda because there's a difference, as I read, between propaganda and education. To sensationalize something attaches emotion to it, and people get distracted and sidestepped on that. So on both sides. Yeah, and so, yeah, let's get back to facts.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barnhart?
I have no questions at this time.
Okay, Ms. Mason? Mr. McManus?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I have one last question. Intended or not, this discussion whether you or we agree with the book, the content, it is a book. A lot of people disagree with a lot of books. I go back. Actually, some people don't like Harry Potter. They say it's witchcraft and mystical. I just took my kids to New York to see Harry Potter. We realize, not just you, Ms. Gates, that to ban this book is a slap at the awareness opportunity for someone to write their First Amendment rights about what they believe was Black history? It's a slap at the Black community. And it begins gosh, how many more are we going to have to condemn or ban? And that's your opinion. And as I said earlier, I'll fight for you to express it. I appreciate it. But I want to make sure that we all understand this is not our history. Well, I take that back. I don't know, I said that. It is part of our history. We're all involved in it. But it is especially important for our Black community, not only here, but everywhere. And I think that's going to create a lot of issues that we don't need and that they don't deserve. That's it.
Thank you.
Is there a question in that?
Yeah, was there any question in that?
That was
a
I'm
question.
sorry. Was that a statement? I apologize.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time for debate later on, Mr. McManus. Thank you. Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback.
Thank you.
Sorry, your question?
Yeah, I'm going to make a question out of what Mr. McManus said. So in one of your other emails, you write, this book is an affront to our family's faith and values and makes a mockery of the Bible and U.S. history. In your request for recommendation at the building level, you state that the NC State history standards have been ranked by Fordham Institute in 2021 as an F in history and a D- in civics. So, question is twofold, Mr. Wildeboer. I'm going to get it all out at one time.
Go for it.
It's going to have a semicolon. Did you realize that this class that your daughter was taking was AP language and not AP history? which is a difference because we are not teaching, and the teacher has shown in her syllabus, has shown in her study guides, has shown in the coursework that she is not teaching the content of that book. She is asking our young adults to read and formulate. So when you were asked earlier about, do you think your daughter would have been able to refute this? And I would further that, do you think that, are you giving enough credit to the rest of the students in the class that they are 16, 17, 18 years old and are ready to go into the world? Are you not giving them enough credit to think on their own when we're trying to teach critical thinking and yet we're not allowing them to think critically about a whole topic? So how do you feel on that?
Bless you.
Sure. So, thinking critically about a whole topic would require that multiple viewpoints are expressed. So I think that's the problem I'll fall back on. And that in terms of the statement that you read, that the Fordham Institute ranked our history classes and our civics classes an F and a D- in 2021. That is a big concern in that, because if our students in New Hanover County schools, it's not New Hanover County really, it's North Carolina, it was a state-based assessment. If they are not learning history well, and they are reading a book like this in English class, then it is highly likely that they are going to receive this as history. Why would they do that? Because it's ranked as a nonfiction book. So it's presented as history, and it's presented as fact. And then there's the confusion part. I'll go back to that. It's a history, not history book. It's a present book. We're just supposed to be teaching it on the craft, not the content. So it's the same. It's just the circular reasoning here, and how are students going to be able to decipher fact from fiction? They're learning an opinion as if it's fact. And did I realize, that when our daughter took this class, that the teacher wouldn't be teaching content? Well, because of the explanation that was read about an AP class teaching the rhetoric, and it's based on the craft, not the content, why then so many questions on the content? Why is there so much emphasis on the primary sources? Why is there so much emphasis on what it said and conveyed, and not to the ways in which it was written, not to the rhetorical prowess, I would say? Where is that analysis? So I would say that it was, I don't know that it was absent, I was not in class. But, when we talk about banning a book, I'm not banning it. It's in libraries. I request that it be removed from our classrooms until, if it's a history book, if it's nonfiction, the sources can be verified. Do I believe that the black people need to have history represented in a way where it proves that they were maligned in so many ways? Absolutely, yes. There is a lot of healing and reconciliation that needs to happen. I want to learn more about that myself, and I've been walking down that path, trying to embrace that, and I am all for that. But we've got to come together and learn both sides of the history, and where there's an intersection, not a division. And so I'm getting off of, I think, what you were asking, so I'll stop there.
Thank you. Ms. Bradford?
Well, actually, Ms. Gates just answered my question, which was, am I understanding you correctly, that we've heard a lot of information this morning, we've heard a lot of things. You are not asking to remove this book from any school libraries, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still think removal's banning, but whatever. I just want to ask you, we've established that you're not a credentialed or professional historian, especially on African-American history. So why do you feel like your sources and your research are more credible than the authors?
So from a science background, we are taught to never malign and misinterpret primary sources. And so I have a bent, and so when I read stuff in a book that a light bulb goes off in my mind and I question it, I'm going to trace it to the source. I'm like, is it accurate or is it not? So when we did that throughout the book, we found so many errors where it's misrepresentation. For example, there's another, you'll see it in your Exhibit D, where Kendi and Reynolds are talking about the Salem witch trials and the Puritan people, and how they said that, there was a black bearded man, and then there was a black shadow, and the authors construed that as he was talking about black people, when in the source, it was talking about the color black, as a white man with a black beard. And in the days of the Puritans and the Salem witch trials, light and dark were concepts, right? Light and dark, good and evil. And so when they're talking about dark, they're referring to the spiritual reference of evil versus light is good. And so when the author misconstrues and paints that as they were talking about black people, and as if the witch trials were all about the black people, there's only 3 black people out of 100 that were on trial, and it's completely misconstrued. And so an example like that makes me wonder. And so absolutely, I'm not a historian, but I'm learning, and I'm just presenting what I have learned. And when you go back and you look, if you go through this, and we track all the sources that Kendi gave, and we find sources where, number one, what he said wasn't even included in the source information, or it was twisted. Like, for example, let's go back to the Ghana, empire. So, where was that? Towards the end here. All right, so we presented, and that history in African history wasn't one of inferiority. Instead, it was one full of glorious empires like Ghana, Mali, Sangay, full of intellects and innovators. And they were glorious empires. So there's truth in that. But where we're seeing the untruth is that these particular empires, their economy was solely dependent on slave labor of black people enslaving black people. It's an economic principle that was commonly accepted at the time. Okay, so I'm just saying, he presented it as if it's glorious. So that's like an omission. So there's all sorts of twisted untruths and misperceptions, contradictions throughout his sources, and it leads the reader down a pathway to make an assumption that isn't true about the primary source. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, right, exactly. So it's not my source. These are the sources that were listed in the sources cited in the back of the book. And we actually went so far as in some of them we couldn't find where the source material made their claim, even looking at different page numbers. And so then we went and we looked up the topic and where that might have been construed from, and presented sources to you where the original fact was found, and then how it was twisted and wasn't even presented in the source he cited. And so I just feel like a lot of attention ought to be paid to these inaccurate source exhibits in Exhibit D, because that is an example of how I don't trust this book as a nonfiction book. And so because it's being presented as nonfiction at any grade level for any class, I think that in and of itself is a poor label. I think if you want to present this as a fiction or as an opinion book, then that would be much better suited. But when it's listed as nonfiction, then convey the facts. And taught as history. Exactly.
But your daughter didn't have to read it.
Thank you. Ms. Barnhart? Further questions? No. Ms. Mason? Mr. McManus, do you have any questions? No. I have none. Ms. Craybill?
Yes. So, Ms. Gates, you have said a number of times that you want this taken out of the class and you want an alternate viewpoint presented. Would you change your viewpoint of having it in the classroom if an alternate source, an alternate book, not an alternate, an additional book was given so that students could read them both? And if not, why?
I think that that would be an absolutely valid solution. I think because of the viewpoint discrimination in the 5 out of 6 sources she chose, that is a problem. And if we could present 2 sources like a Thomas Sowell book and then a Kendi book, I think that would be the most fantastic presentation of information and how it's taught. Obviously, there's going to be bias based on who's teaching it, but I think that that is valuable to develop critical thinking skills. I think that that's what the community at large wants. We heard everybody on the last board meeting say they want their kids exposed to this material. Well, we want all material to be exposed. Yes. Yes, if we can consider that. And so unfortunately, that makes a lot of work for the supervisory committees and the MTACs, like to ensure that that's happening. And so I recognize that's a lot of work, and I think it's going to be a work in progress, but I am all for solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
Ms. Crable just keeps teeing up my questions. I was going to quit, but so to follow up on her question, are you saying that to add new material to this syllabus, of course, if it was approved and so on, would bring back what you describe as missing in balance? Because I wasn't going to say this here, but, you know, I have 25 years in publishing, editing, and writing, and I've written over 1,000 opinion pieces. I have edited over 80,000 pieces of work. I have taught countless interns that have gone on to huge success in national publications. And balance is what you teach in presenting opinion. When I teach it, I have a degree in communications. I have a degree in teaching communications. I was taught speech and language in entire courses in college. And when I present an argument, I present this side and I present this side and I let the reader make up their mind. That's called balance. Are you saying this would bring balance back into this classroom that you have said was missing?
I do believe it would bring back balance and to find a source that would present the alternative viewpoint would be great. That does still leave us with the inaccuracies that are, in my opinion, egregious. And so it's incumbent upon the teacher to convey that and to really lead the children, the students, they're not children if they're an AP class, they're young adults, down the pathway, because part of the AP directive for this class in that 121-page document is to teach the students to analyze their sources. I didn't see any evidence of that, at least not from what my daughter shared. I didn't see any evidence of that in the assignments that I accessed. And so that still remains a concern. I don't think that changes. But a balanced viewpoint is certainly something that we could work towards as a solution.
Ms. Walker, other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gosh, where am I here? So I was curious if you want to share which alternate book that your daughter chose to read from this list of Mediation by Marcus Aurelius, Educated by Westover, Democracy in America by de Tocqueville, Long Walk to Freedom by Mandela, and Hillbilly Elegy by Vance.
Hillbilly Elegy.
Right. So this is assuming we have two sides here when we say we got to have alternate views. I mean, some might argue that we don't have enough of this side. So I would just say I would argue that there's sides here, but you were given an alternate that, maybe fit what you felt was maybe a different side of something. Hillbilly Elegy.
Yeah, do you know what? Those books need to be presented side by side. Yeah, so we had an alternative assignment. So all the rest of the class didn't get that alternative assignment. Therefore, they're not getting an alternative viewpoint. So we're not helping the classroom situation to develop critical thinking if the only way to get the alternative viewpoint is in the alternative assignment.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Ms. Barnhart? No. Back to the topic again, Ms. Mason? Mr. McManus? Myself? Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I have one last question. So the Coincidentally, while I was listening to one of the comments that you made about policy 3200 needs to be revised to address the material selection, to talk about the oversight, and coincidentally, we talked about that at our last policy committee meeting. And so some of the same words that you said in your thing were brought up in the policy committee meeting. So I do need to just ask, have you had any interaction with anybody on this school board from December 22nd to the present regarding this book Stamped and how you can get it out of our schools?
I emailed you all.
Other than that email, outside of school?
There was probably 2 or 3 emails that probably in December and January that were sent to you all in response to, I'm presenting, this is a problem, I'm seeing it, and then the response, if I remember, and again, this is stretching, is that please go through the proper channels. So that's what I did.
All right, Ms. Bradford?
I'm not going to go there. I was going to ask you about your correspondence and so on, but Ms. Crable is referring to my December email to you. It's December 13th, the exact day that you filed your first letter with the teacher, the principal. And you said, have you seen this information? I responded all board back very publicly. Send us excerpts, because I know nothing about what you're talking about. And because I'm a journalist, because I fact check, because I'm a researcher, I wanted to know immediately. Your email didn't come back as fast as I wanted it to, so I did some research, and I responded back that the book was horrible. And as a professional of 25 years with college education and teaching this, it was horrible to me that I saw this one example that was so egregious in twisting of history and distorting history. I was so afraid because in my line of work, if I spell one of your names wrong, you will never forget that we did that in our publication. So I hold our team to a really excellent standards to never get a fact wrong, to fact check, fact check, fact check, fact check. And we do that. We check resources. We spend an inordinate amount of time. We can argue for hours over one word. We can argue for days over one word. And so to have seen something that I was afraid that someone would read that and believe it to be true and for the rest of their life walk around with that mistruth in their head, it was horrifying to me. And you said for you got really emotional when you first read the book. So, my question to you would be, did you ever stop being emotional about the book and the twisted view of history that you feel is there? Did it ever subside? Are you still as emotional about it now as you were then?
Well, that's a good question since we teach social emotional learning and we should be in touch with our feelings. And so, yes, actually the emotion has driven me. And I think the injustice of it drives me as well. And so I had to funnel that into the proper channels of challenging at the school level MTAC and receiving the denial, choosing whether I would pursue it again or not. But every time that I did and I reread parts of that book, it's just, and as we know, I opted my daughter out of this. I get so many questions about, what's your problem? Your daughter didn't have to read the material. Well, my problem is, I'm an educator and I'm a parent and I care about our actual history and I want students and I want adults to learn it properly. And so that drives me, and it drives me to this day, because otherwise, why would I put up with all of the media and the backlash? And it's a lot. It is a lot. I mean, it's become so contentious. It's awful. I mean, there's people on the board, off the board, writing to the author and creating all of this emotion. So it's an emotional topic. And I think it just needs to, the emotion, I hope it might be coming through in some of my responses, but in my argument, I put forth objective proof. And I think that that's what it needs to come back to. I have 6 objective reasons, and it's not my personal viewpoint, and I don't have the credentials to ban this book. This is for y'all to consider. all right? And it's not based on, my values. It's based on these 6 reasons. And I hope that you will take that to heart. I hope that everything else that's going on outside that the media has portrayed, all of the, the X or Twitter with Ibram X. Kendi, all the community stuff with the American Library Association, it's a little out of control. And it's a reason why we, the people, don't actually do our job well, because there's so much backlash. And so I just, I'm sure you've received it too, but would say it's worth fighting for. It's something I think we need to address objectively. And ultimately, I trust that you'll deliberate and make the right decision.
Ms. Walker?
Last thing. I wasn't going to have one, but I just heard this, and I'm confused, because as public officials, we get a lot. So I know how you feel about that. It happens daily. It's happened this week to me, so I get it. But I don't feel this is self-imposed. I mean, your daughter had an exception, but you wanted to take it further, which is your right to do, and it's fair, and you've presented your evidence as fairly as you feel possible. But to complain that it's hard, it's kind of self-imposed. So I just don't understand why maybe you feel like that is not important here. I didn't want this hearing. I was very clear from the beginning. So, I mean, my opinions have always been the same.
Is that a question?
Yeah. I mean, I wonder why you feel like the question was in there. I mean, it's a complaint that it's hard, but you've done this to yourself. I mean, you brought it here on your own, of your own free will is what I'm saying. Why? Why did you want to take it?
Why? Because doing the next right thing for our kids and our community.
Barnhart?
I have a simple question for you. Are you aware that the policy committee meetings are streamed in public for not only you, but the entire community to hear about the discussions that are going on?
I am aware that they are there. I haven't watched them all. Thank you.
Ms. Mason? Mr. McManus? Me? Ms. Craybill?
Yes. So, Ms. Gates, you didn't answer my question. I asked, have you had any interaction with the board members outside of your emails? That it can be at a party, it can be at a political event, it can be standing out in the hallway.
So my actual correspondence and conversation was in the beginning in December and January with everybody. And because I am a member of the Republican Party, absolutely, I have crossed paths with the conservative members of this body at the gala that we had, but we didn't have any correspondence.
I didn't ask for correspondence,
Okay.
interaction.
Yeah, so yes, because we would cross paths in that way at a political event, yes. I saw them at the Lincoln Reagan Douglas dinner.
Bradford?
No.
Ms. Walker? Bradford? I mean, Ms. Barnhart, sorry.
As a follow-up to that question, was there any conversation about anything in regards to your appeal or the process of the appeal when you were able to see us in a room together? Did anything like that happen?
No, absolutely not, because I realized that I didn't want to jeopardize anything having to do with my case, and it's not the way I roll to jeopardize something by conversing with somebody that could be falsely interpreted.
Okay, last time around, Ms. Mason, Mr. McManus, me, Ms. Craybill.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Since December 2022, and your email to Mark Robinson's office, have you had any guidance from him or any other legal counsel, including anyone from our law firm, about how to proceed with presenting your case, other than Mr. Vogel giving you the directions?
No, I reported to the Facts Commission, and then I called to see if they had received it back in end of July, beginning of August. They said they had received it and compiled it at the Facts Commission.
No answers?
No, they had received it.
Do I have to wait till, do we have to go back through it again to ask
Ms.
that
Bradford,
question?
Ms. Walker,
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Ms. Bradford.
I think we're on a fishing expedition here, so let's just get the elephant out of the room. Have you had any conversations with me about this book after my email on December 13th or 14th. Now, my timeline tells me that you filed your appeal in April of this year. So from December to April, we didn't have any conversations, did we? And from April to now, we didn't have any conversations, didn't we? In fact, I've avoided you like the plague, have I not?
Yes, this is true. I have not had any conversations with Pat Bradford about this.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to ask the board, do we need to take a few-minute break? Let's take a 5-minute break. My watch says 11:12. Please be back on the dais by 11:17. 5. 5.
7 and a half. 7 and a half.
Board members, 1 minute, 1 minute till we starting up again. Where's my whistle? I need my whistle. Board members, 1 minute, 1 minute warning. Okay, would I ask the board to take their seats back, please? Audience, please take your seats back. We thank you. Thank you for giving us that 5-minute break. We are ready to continue. Again, thank you, Ms. Gates. We will now hear from Ms. Brinson on behalf of the school district, the respondent. Please be reminded that your presentation will be limited to 20 minutes. Ms. Brinson, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Before I present my presentation that I have prepared, I wanted to kind of clarify a couple of things. In Exhibit 28, the full syllabus, Ms. Kidwell does mention multiple times when she's talking about her resources, it says others if time permits. So she did address the fact that she would be reading other, there would be other resources the kids would have access to if time permitted. Also, other readings that they did in class were Man's Search for Meaning, the narrative of Frederick Douglass, FDR's Declaration of War, Reagan's inaugural address, both of them, Lincoln's inaugural address, the Gettysburg Address, the Declaration of Independence, the Declaration of Sentiments, Ain't I a Woman, Mitch McConnell's speech on January 6th, Malcolm X Learning to Read, JFK's inaugural address, Teddy Roosevelt's inaugural address, Professions of Women, Education of Women, Faulkner's essay for Sports Illustrated, Lessons of Being, MLK letter from Birmingham Jail, Lady Bird Johnson's keynote, John Green Hall of Presidents, Allegory of the Cave, Bush's Katrina speech. Those are just some of the other readings that they did in class. Okay? So, thank you for the opportunity to address Ms. Gates' request for reconsideration. Her request shows that we have a strong board policy of 3210, which is Artifact 3, that allows a parent to share concerns with their child's school and work with the school to ensure that they, as a parent, are able to guide their child's education. Ms. Gates' concern was heard and addressed through an alternate text assignment, and her right to decide what is best for her child was respected by Ashley High School. This hearing is about Ms. Gates' request to restrict the access to stamped Racism, Anti-Racism in You by Jason Reynolds and Ibram X. Kendi for all future AP Language and Composition students in the district. At Ashley High School, where this request began, AP Language and Composition is only taught by Ms. Kidwell, who has an undergraduate degree, which is a double major in history and English, with a master's degree in English literature. She also has a K-12 AIG certification and is licensed to teach grades 6 through 12 English and social studies. Ms. Kidwell is a national board certified in adolescent English language arts and has almost 25 years of experience teaching. 79 students took the optional AP Language and Composition course during the 22-23 school year at Ashley, and all of them took the AP exam. 63% of these students scored a 3 or higher, which is 9% greater than any other district school. These students received college credit for passing the AP exam. As you will see in Artifact 26, the College Board expects AP students to analyze different perspectives from their own. They are not required to feel certain ways about themselves or the course content. AP courses instead develop students' abilities to assess the credibility of sources, draw conclusions, and make up their own minds. In Artifact 27, you will see the AP English Language and Composition course focuses on the development and revision of evidence-based analytic and argumentative writing, the rhetorical analysis of nonfiction texts, and the decisions writers make as they compose and revise. Students evaluate, synthesize, and cite research to support their arguments. Additionally, they read and analyze rhetorical elements and their effects in nonfiction texts from a range of disciplines and historical periods. Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism in You's text was selected because it represents a well-sourced rhetorical argument from a minority perspective that provides ample opportunities for students to fulfill the AP language and composition standards. Artifact 12 shows that on December 14th, 2022, Ms. Gates contacted her child's AP language teacher and principal expressing concern about the assigned book, Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism and You by Jason Reynolds and Ibram X. Kendi. In response to that request, Ms. Gates was given a list of titles that her child could substitute for the assigned text, as seen in Artifact 11. Ms. Gates selected an alternate text, or an alternate title for the assignment, and her child was not required to read Stamped, nor was the student required to attend the AP course while the book was discussed in class. Ms. Gates' concern was heard and addressed, and her right to decide what is best for her child was respected by Ashley High School. After securing an alternate text for her child, Ms. Gates chose to request the reconsideration of the use of Stamped in the AP language curriculum for all students at Ashley High School. This request can be seen in Artifact 12. The Ashley High School Media Technology Advisory Committee was convened to review and respond to Ms. Gates' concerns. In Artifact 13, the 14-member school MTAC, composed of the principal, teachers from 7 subject areas, 2 students, 2 parents, and a community representative, identified 8 AP language and composition standards and 8 standards from the North Carolina Standard Course of Study for English 3 that Stamped is aligned with. The committee concluded that Stamped was presented and analyzed as an argument, which by definition must take a position, and is therefore appropriate for inclusion in AP language class. Ashley's MTAC voted to take no action. This decision can be seen in Artifact 14. After receiving the Ashley High School MTAC response, Ms. Gates submitted a district-level request for reconsideration of the use of Stamped in the AP language curriculum at Ashley High School. This request is on page 2 of Artifact 15. In this request, she stated that she had no problem with the way the book aligns with the curriculum, but objected to the content of the book. The New Hanover County Schools District MTAC was convened to review and respond to her concerns. The district MTAC is comprised of the Assistant Superintendent for Technology and Digital Learning, the Director of Curriculum Instruction, Chief Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Officer, 3 curriculum specialists from English Language Arts and Social Studies and World Languages, the County and Principal Teacher of the Year, and the District Lead Media Specialist, as seen in Artifact 16. After reviewing Board Policies 3200, 3210, the reconsideration procedures for instructional materials, New Hanover County Schools Quality Review Checklist for instructional resources, school-level challenge information, AP language and composition course and exam descriptions, resources from the College Board on what AP stands for, Ms. Kidwell's syllabus, teacher assignments, professional reviews, awards, and other resources, the 9-member district MTAC voted to uphold the school's decision of take no action. After receiving the New Hanover County Schools District MTAC response, Ms. Gates requested a hearing with the school board related to the use of Stamped in the AP language curriculum across New Hanover County schools. This request is Artifact 19. In her complaint to the board, Ms. Gates cited the content of the book Stamped to be her primary objection, stating that it is anti-American and divisive. In the evidence presented for this hearing, she broadened that argument to include the lexile of the book, the sources cited in the book, and the book's alignment to New Hanover County Schools Board Policy 3200, as well as her assertion that it does not prepare students adequately for the AP language exam. I will address each of these in turn. As I stated earlier, the AP language course at Ashley High School had the highest passing rate of all AP language courses in New Hanover County schools. The parent raised concerns about the suitability of the text based on lexile level. Lexile refers to a suggested complexity based on word frequency, word difficulty, and length of sentences. The lexile for Stamped is 1,000, a 4th through 8th grade reading level. However, lexiles do not singularly determine the academic merit. If we were to make a complexity decision based only on Lexile, Stamped, the remix, is too easy for an AP class. However, complexity does not rest only on Lexile. Complexity also can mean complexity of thought, complexity of relationships among characters, or complexity of topic. For example, Ernest Hemingway's story, Hills Like White Elephants, is commonly taught in college freshman composition classes, but the Lexile is only 730. Why would they do that? Because the complexity of the idea and because of the unspoken parts of the text are the most powerful parts. We need to resist the urge to use Lexile as the only measure of what is grade level appropriate. According to Terry Lessenet, Reading Ladder, reading levels in Lexiles are not the way to determine the rigor of a text. Instead, rigor should be determined by sophistication of thought, depth of character development, stylistic choices, and mastery of language on the part of the author. To further illustrate this, here are some more examples of texts that are frequently appear in college English classes. Fifth grade Lexile books include For Whom the Bell Tolls by Hemingway, 840. Kite Runner by Hosseini, 840. A Farewell to Arms by Hemingway, 730. Cat's Cradle by Vonnegut, 790. Some examples with even lower Lexiles include Night by Wiesel, which is a second grade reading level. For third grade, The Sun Also Rises by Hemingway, 610. Fourth grade, Grapes of Wrath, Steinbeck, 680. The Color Purple by Walker, 670. Lexiles alone do not determine the appropriateness of a text for students. One of Ms. Gates' complaints in the district-level MTAC was related to the accuracy of the sources cited, specifically Jefferson's notes on the state of Virginia, referenced in Chapter 8 on page 57, and identified in the source notes as appearing on page 229 of the primary source. A member of the district-level MTAC team contacted Lisa Yaskowitz, the editor Stamped from the Beginning by Ibram X. Kennedy, the book Jason Reynolds used as the source for the information contained within Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You. Ms. Yaskowitz said, while the book currently cites just page 229 of the primary source, the information also comes from a few surrounding pages, 228 to 232, of the same source. The source Dr. Kendi used is the original 1787 edition of Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia. Ms. Yakowitz also shared the cited material from page 57 to 58 in Stamped, followed by the corresponding text from this primary source. In her exhibits for this hearing, Ms. Gates expressed concern about additional citations. It was not possible to vet each of these concerns within the timeline provided. However, the source notes for Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You are based on the research of Dr. Ibram X. Kendi and his book Stamped from the Beginning. Dr. Kendi is a highly respected historian and scholar whose book Stamped from the Beginning won the National Book Award in 2016 for nonfiction. Therefore, the work as a whole can be assumed to accurately represent the primary sources cited. The district MTAC addressed this concern as seen in Artifact 16 and felt the teacher had a reasonable belief that the author and publisher would confirm the accuracy of citations in the copy editing process, and the overall list of references can be assumed to accurately cite the primary sources. Both school-level and district-level MTACs concluded that Stamped meets the objectives for selection of supplementary materials as outlined in Board Policy 3200. Ms. Gates referenced the quality review checklist mentioned in letter B, number 3, materials brought in by teachers, which states before bringing in any material that has not already been approved by the school or district, a teacher must determine that the material is appropriate for the classroom by evaluating the material using the quality review checklist for instructional resources, which is Artifact 7. Stamped was purchased for Ashley Media Center in the 2020 through 2021 school year and was therefore already approved at the school level, thereby negating the need to complete this checklist. Ms. Gates claims the content of the book prevails over the value of its rhetorical structures, saying the book is based on a biased, manipulative opinion instead of facts, and the content doesn't allow for students to become free and critical thinkers and is rooted in questionable ideology. The teacher's assignments seen in Artifact 29 and 30 illustrate the way the text was used. These assignments do not require students to accept the text as fact. Rather, they require students to use critical thinking skills, to question the text, as well as analysis and citation of sources to support their thinking. A few of the questions the teacher asked students to respond to and cite textual evidence were: what's the tone of the text? Cite and explain something Reynolds said that made you consider a different perspective other than your own, and are Reynolds' rhetorical appeals effective for you as a reader? Ms. Gates claimed that Stamped is anti-American is not, Ms. Gates claimed that Stamped is anti-American is not a fact. It is her opinion. And it is an opinion that further marginalizes the exact group of people that Jason Reynolds is trying to support. Jason Reynolds is an American. Ibram X. Kendi is an American. The people and events described in Stamped are American. As Ms. Kidwell wrote to Ms. Gates, the whole point of this text is to view a perspective that differs from one's own. White people, Black people, Latino people, Indigenous people, and Asian people in America all have very different experiences and views. We cannot be myopic in our understanding of the American experience. Additionally, the July call to the audience allowed students, staff, parents, and community members to exercise their First Amendment right to free expression and illustrated that Ms. Gates' opinion that Stamped is anti-American is not universally agreed upon by our community. The call to the audience illustrated that parents agree with Ms. Gates that it is their right to make decisions for their own child, but they did not want Ms. Gates or any other parent to make decisions for all children. Ashley High School allowed Ms. Gates to guide her child's education and select an alternate title to Stamped, which she did. That's where her rights end. To remove Stamped from all New Hanover County Schools' AP Language and Composition courses based on Ms. Gates' opinion of the content of the book allows her to make decisions for all children rather than just her own. To accept and enforce Ms. Gates' worldview over others that have been expressed to the board would be a miscarriage of justice. Ms. Gates' request is not based on any legitimate pedagogical interest. Rather, it appears to be motivated by a desire to suppress the ideas and opinions contained in this book. The idea that this book is divisive and anti-American is Ms. Gates' opinion, which she is entitled to have, just as she has the right to shield her own child from the content of the book. However, she does not have the right to make this decision for other families. We as educators are charged with educating all 26,000 New Hanover County School students, and therefore it is imperative to remember that there are many children and families who differ from our own. Our schools reflect the beauty and diversity of our New Hanover County Schools children, families, and school communities. One size does not fit all and cannot fit all. And as such, one parent's beliefs cannot dictate what is taught to all students. Thank you for your time and attention. I would like to leave you with a few final thoughts and questions. Ms. Gates claims Stamped is educationally unsuitable and grade level inappropriate. The evidence I have presented today shows that Stamped is aligned with the AP and North Carolina English Language Arts standards and is appropriate for inclusion in the AP Language and Composition course. To remove it for any other reason would violate the Board of Education versus PICO 1982 legislation, Artifact 1, which states a local Board of Education may establish a community media advisory committee to investigate and evaluate challenges from parents, teachers, and members of the public to textbooks and supplementary instructional materials on the grounds that they are educationally unsuitable, pervasively vulgar, or inappropriate to the age, maturity, or grade level of the students. Additionally, if the board votes to remove this book from New Hanover County Schools' AP language curriculum, what precedent are you setting related to banning books in our school system? What message are you sending to our teachers about your belief and their ability to make instructional decisions for their classrooms? And what is the message you're sending to our African American students, staff, families, and community who may see their experiences reflected within the pages of this book? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinson. Okay. Okay. We will follow the same order that we did before, and again, please limit your questions to questions if at all possible. Well, no, please limit your questions to questions. We will start with Ms. Mason.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brinson, for your presentation. You mentioned that Lexile alone does not define complexity, and if there are concerns that parents have regarding Lexile, why was this book chosen over the original text by Kendi? Can you answer that?
I could not answer that. I've not spoken to the teacher about that.
Okay, Mr. McManus?
If I'm correct, the committee chair that met with consisted of assistant superintendent, director of curriculum and instruction, chief equity, diversity, and inclusion. Curriculum specialist, social studies and world language curriculum specialist, elementary ELA specialist, the new Hanover County Principal of the Year, the new Hanover County Teacher of the Year, and the lead media coordinator. They were all part of the process.
Yes.
And then when it was approved, it went to Dr. Fowles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brinson, again, thank you for your presentation. How was the student included in class when she agreed to take an alternative book? Was she given any face-to-face time with the teacher?
I know the teacher was able to give her the same type of assignment that the kids had, except for the project, because the project was done as a group and she was an individual. But the teacher did read through the book and gave her the same types of assignments and assessments that all the other students received.
Okay, I'll answer my follow-up question later on. Going on to Ms. Craybill.
Yes, in the school-wide MTAC committee review, there were 2 students on that team, correct? Mm-hmm. Can you please tell us what the students had to say about this book and the process?
We did not, the notes did not kind of specify like who made what kind of comment, so I don't have any notes from that. That was just within the school MTAC.
Ms. Bradford?
Ms. Brinson, I don't know exactly how many months are in a semester. Excuse me, but Ms. Gates testified that her daughter was out of the class for 1 solid month. There's 6 books in the class, and then you listed the other resource materials. There was probably 5 or 6 of those. So my question would be, if this book had 1 whole month of the semester, what percentage was given to the other books? Or did this have a majority of the discussion?
Yeah, first of all, the class is actually taught over the whole year. They do A-Day, B-Day, so it's not just a semester course. And I couldn't tell you how much time was spent on any one book individually, but I know that they did cover multiple books and multiple readings.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my first question is, do you believe removal of this book from the curriculum could damage or hurt the district's ability to offer AP language and composition in the future? And if so, would it harm students' access to class and potential college credit?
So based on the board policy?
Right. Well, if this board decides to remove it from the AP curriculum, mm-hmm. will it damage the district's ability to offer the course potentially? And in the future, and if so, would it? I mean, it would harm students for college credit.
That would be the college board's decision to make. They have had precedent and kind of made statements about the thoughts and stuff, and I have to find the thing. So what's AP stand for? It's right here.
I'll just follow while you're looking. I mean, a parent came to us at a called audience who had taken the same book, the same course with the same teacher, and was concerned that perhaps if we remove it, that it would affect her college credit. And I guess my question really is, I'm concerned if we as a board decide to remove this from curriculum, could it hurt our district and as far as AP offers?
The college board does not make a definite decision one way or the other. They wait until each topic kind of comes up, and each individual, they will not say that if certain topics are covered or not covered, it would remove the credit. And I apologize, I'm trying to find where that one is. But it's basically about on the theme. So like, let's say in the science class, biology class, the example they gave is if you were to not teach evolution, you know, and not do both sides, they then would, because that is part of the science credit, they then would remove the credit. Thank you. So basically it says AP opposes censorship. You know, AP is animated in by a deep respect for the intellectual freedom of teachers and students alike. If a school bans required topics from their AP course, the AP program removes the AP designation from that course and its inclusion in the AP course ledger provided by the colleges and universities. For example, the concept of evolution are at the heart of college biology, and a course that neglects such concepts does not pass muster in AP biology. So they kind of take each individual instance with all the facts before they make a decision.
So potentially it could.
Ms. Barnhart?
I'll follow up with that. So the evidence that you submitted as far as the syllabus that the teacher submitted does not include this book. And it says if times allowed that the teacher would include other criteria. So as the College Board looks at this class, they have not even considered and weighed in on the topic of whether or not they would believe this to be either quality or not quality for an AP course exam. Is that correct?
So the College Board, when they are vetting the materials, they don't, vetting the courses, they don't vet necessarily the teacher's materials that they're using. So the course audit is an annual process. However, after receiving authorization during any school year, schools will not need to resubmit the AP course audit forms or syllabus in following years unless the teacher has changed or the school offers a new course or curricular resource. Or the resources and requirements for the course undergo significant revision by the College Board. So they're allowed to change their text, and that's allowed.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mason, your second question?
I know you mentioned this in your statement, but could you reiterate the process of how this particular book got from one place into the classroom, the exact start to finish, how it got there?
So at the time, basically, Ashley's High School Media and Technology Advisory Committee was part of the school's leadership team, and the MTAC was a standing item on every leadership meeting agenda. One of the school's 2020-21 school improvement team goals in NC STAR was A 4.22. All teachers are responsive to students' cultural backgrounds and incorporate culturally relevant material in their classrooms. Additionally, Ashley's 2020-2021 collection development policy focused on adding new books related to diversity and the interest of students' equity. Ashley High School's 2020-2021 plan says diverse books featured characters from diverse racial backgrounds, ethnicities, religions, LGBTQ, and neurodivergent, poverty, immigration, disabilities, and more. All students need to find themselves represented on the pages of our books. So in August of 2020, 2 copies of Stamped were ordered for the library, and then 10 additional copies were purchased for a young adult global read aloud staff book study to support the goal A 4.22. The book was selected based on 1, the starred and positive reviews from 5 different professional review resources, Ashley's identified need to add positively reviewed new releases to the 300s, which is your social science selection of the library, commonly used for student research and self-selected reading topics. 3, to provide resources representing various points of view on controversial issues so that students as young citizens may develop, under guidance, the skills of critical thinking and critical analysis. And then 4, to provide resources representative of the many religious, ethnic, and cultural groups in our nation and the contributions of these groups to our American heritage. Additionally, the principal's approval was granted for this purchase.
Mr. McManus, your second question.
What is your current definition of CRT, and are we teaching any shape, form, or fashion of CRT?
So I don't know the definition, so it would be hard for me to actually say that we're teaching, because I don't know what the definition is.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to rephrase or ask the same question I asked last time, and I do want to point out to the board members that I'm following my own thing. I didn't come up with a second question on top of the last one because the second part of my question was never really answered. What was the student given face-to-face instruction? That was my question. Not whether, were they given an alternate assignment, were they basically sent to the library, here's your assignment, and we'll see you in a month?
I couldn't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that. Sorry.
Yeah, I asked you 2 weeks ago, but that's okay. Ms. Graybill?
Yes. Did the parents on the Ashley MTAC, what did they have to say about the process?
When the school does their school MTAC level and then the notes are given, they don't document when they meet everything that everybody says. So I don't have any documentation from the school as to what each individual person responded.
Bradford?
So the school MTAC is approximately 13 people, and that includes students and parents. They're anonymous. We have no idea who they are. And then or maybe I've got it reversed, one's 13 and one's 10. And there's no documentation of what they said to see. You didn't record what people said.
I'm not part of the process at the school level because I have to stay out of that because I would be part of the process at the district level if it came up. So the school has other documentation other than the report that they submitted to the parent. I have a copy of that report. I don't have all of the other notes and stuff that they talked about or that they did.
Okay, Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my next question, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, maybe it's just an opinion, but I've already heard from parents in the district that some AP teachers are holding back on teaching the way they would like to as professionals, and they're concerned with any decision this board makes to remove or restrict text and their ability to do their professional job. I guess my question is, do you feel like a decision from this board to restrict in the curriculum would cause potential staff to leave or be very unsatisfied? I've heard these rumors. I don't know if it's true, but maybe this is an opinion the district has on whether it will affect teachers and whether they'll stay here.
That potential is there. Each teacher would need to make that decision for themselves.
Thank you.
Barnhart?
Ms. Brinson, do we have the ability to change labels of books when we acquire them to our libraries, as well as, can you explain the process of how we acquire books and check those references for both either library or curriculum selection?
Okay, you talked about labeling and then you're talking about acquiring, so could you kind of clarify what you're getting
So I guess, well, I'll ask my first. Do we have the ability to allow for the label that when we acquire a book into our library of what section we put it in?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Back to Ms. Mason for a third question.
Do we know how long this book has been in use in the classroom, generally speaking?
Like in Ms. Kidwell's classroom or just in general?
In general.
I'd have to look that up. I don't know how long it's been in the district or how often it's been checked out, but I know that the school purchased it in August of 2020.
Mr. McManus?
Thank you. Are you aware of any intentions or discussions locally or statewide to ban or restrict in any of our history classes, which are written by the state of North Carolina, anything to do with racism?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Thank you. Please share with us how, per our policy 3200, this book represents various points of view on controversial issues so that young citizens may develop under guidance the skills of critical thinking and critical analysis.
I really want to answer your question this time. Could you repeat it one more time?
Absolutely. Please share with us how this, per our policy 3200, this book represents various points of view on controversial issues so that young citizens may develop under guidance the skills of critical thinking and critical analysis. How does it show various points of view?
So when you look at policy 3200 and you're talking about the various points of views, you're looking at the whole collection of the library, not every single book. So it's the collection of the Media Center in whole versus each individual book that is in the Media Center having to show different points of view.
Ms. Craybill?
Have any other parents complained about this book, either through the request form or through emails to the teacher or to the principal?
Not that I'm aware of.
Ms. Bradford?
Ms. Britton, can I go back to the timeline? Because I like timelines. They really help me order things. The school purchased the book in August 2020, 2 copies. And then it went from there that there was a group in 2021 that had a school goal to improve diversity and equity, and some more books were acquired. And somehow then they got into the libraries. But just at the last policy meeting, I heard expert testimony that, all of our books go through the quality checklist. And I've looked at the quality checklist, and there doesn't appear to be one that was ever done on this book. And it's missing from the syllabus that the teacher turned into the AP. So my question is, did at any time this book ever undergo any kind of review for suitability for this class, that class, the library, for anything, or the quality checklist?
So last year was the first year that Ms. Kidwell used this book. However, before, media specialists purchase books for the Media Center, they do have to go through a process, like what you see in Policy 3200. So there is a process where the MTAC has to meet, or they do meet, as you saw at the policy meeting when you spoke to the principal of Castle Hayne. Sometimes it's done in their PLCs, but there is a conversation done between teachers, media specialists, principal, administration about a book, and to be able to justify that the book is appropriate for the school or individual classes before it's purchased. And that did take place before the beginning of the school year. This school, they actually in the spring do their collection and their order for the following year. So like last spring, they were working on their order for this coming school year, so the books would be present in the library, and so that's how the library collection is analyzed and built at Ashley.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Policy 3210 states that books and other instructional materials may be removed from the social media collection or school media collection only for legitimate educational reasons and subject to the limitations of the First Amendment. Did the committee consider that indoctrination, Marxism, communism was strong enough educational reasons to remove, and it met the threshold for the First Amendment?
That was discussed, because I was part of that MTAC committee, so that was discussed. And again, the content is not what we were focusing on, right, because that is not how the teacher was using the book. So we were talking more about the writing style and the students being able to analyze and to form their own opinions and do their own research.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnhart.
Would you explain the difference in book selection and how we vet our references for our library books in comparison for the lessons and the curriculum that teachers adopt in the classroom, or if there's a different process?
So we have Policy 3200, which is what they're supposed to follow. In that process, they should be looking at, the selections, and they look at the reviews to think or expect that the media specialist is reading every single book that's in their library before it's purchased is not realistic. But they do research reviews and look at the reviews and go by that before they order their books. I could not tell you whether she looked at every resource. I would imagine probably not, because that's a lot of work to do, and she can't do it for every book.
Thank you. Ms. Mason, your fourth question.
So you mentioned the process. This is a two-parter, so is there paper or digital documentation of the original MTAC approval of this book? And if so, where is it? Because I did not see it in all of the plethora of papers that we have.
So what I provided is what the school report that they've done. There very well may be at the school site documentation of their actual meeting and what they've done. I have not had access to that.
Mr. McManus.
Wow, thank you.
Keep us going.
If this board can agree to not ban the book from schools, classes, by adding an opposing resource, how long would that take to implement if it was done today?
I imagine it wouldn't take too long. It would be just a matter of getting some people together at each school to figure out and identify a book and make sure that it's showing the opposing side. And then for the MTAC meeting committee to kind of meet together to have that conversation and then to purchase the book. So you're talking probably just a few months, maybe max.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good question. My question, and I've got two parts, but I'm only going to do one part this time, and that is, and I'm going to use my little teaching fingers here. Do we strongly suggest students buy books in all of our AP classes? In this one obviously said strongly suggest.
I don't know. I would hope to think not, because probably not everybody could afford necessarily. I do believe when we asked that and that was questioned, and I do know that it was in her syllabus, but when we questioned her, they were not told they had to buy it. It was like the student's choice. But I do recall, like you, it's in the syllabus saying that strongly suggest.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Graybill.
So could you explain to us the difference between selection of supplementary materials, number 2 in policy 3200 in general, and the selection of materials brought in by teachers, number 3 of the policy? Because it looks to me that my understanding is the quality review checklist is mainly used when a teacher wants to bring in an outside book that has not already been approved by the district.
You are correct. So in the process of Policy 3200, you have first your curriculum materials, which are done at the district level, and that would be done through your curriculum instruction department. So they identify resources, they vet, much like the new curriculum that you've seen of the language arts and math for K-8. So then you go to the supplementary resources, and if they're being purchased by the school, then the school MTAC committee meets. They have a conversation, or they are sometimes in their PLCs because they do meet a lot. We get multiple teachers and you've got administration, and they have conversations and they discuss resources that would be appropriate based on, maybe there's a skill or a objective that they need to, reinforce with the students or cover. And so they have that conversation, and then that's where the committee meets, they make approval, and then they are able to add the book to the collection. The teacher piece is when there is a book, and most often it may be in a personal, classroom library where it's a book that's brought in that does not exist anywhere else, in the school. So, and that's when they use that quality review checklist.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bradford?
I'm going to keep talking about the process and the approval by the district, because it seems like the book came into the school district and there was perhaps an oral discussion among the principal and the MTAC committee meeting. And the MTAC, there was just some, you said they had conversation about it. Does it mean they sat down in a meeting, or it was just a conversation? Is there any recording of that? Are there any notes from that? So that we can see how the process was followed, how it was approved into the district, and then because it circumvented any other review to get into the class, and that presents questions in your mind. So I keep going back to, how did it get into the school district without some kind of approval that's documented somewhere? And you had said it was just a conversation between the principal and some of the MTAC committee members. So I need clarity there, please.
When the MTAC committee meets, they do have to document that they met, but they just basically say that they met at this time, and you may very well have things that they've approved to purchase. it wasn't necessarily a formal process where minutes are taken and stuff. We've not ever requested or required schools to do that, where minutes are kept when they meet. So they do meet, they have documentation that they met, and that the discussion of the book was for multiple reasons, to add to the library, as well as for that, for the NC STAR goal for the school improvement team. So they were adding it based on 2 reasons versus just the one. And so that's why it was in the library first. And then it was first purchased 2 copies for the library, and then they purchased the additional copies for the global read aloud.
Ms. Walker?
I guess my question, and I'm trying to form it really before when I was listening. So I know we're trying to appease Ms. Gates with both sides argument, and that's fine, but I would like to discuss the autonomy of our staff and to do their professional job and what we have hired them for. And we have a process for parents that don't want their child to read a particular book, and lots of other processes. So you covered Ms. Kidwell's great track record as an AP teacher. I'm guessing, does the district want to be restrictive as far as the autonomy of the teacher, or the board? We have a certain role here, I get that, but AP also is a different standards as well, and a whole manual. So I know we want to kind of come to a compromise. I would personally not like to see it removed from in any way, shape, or form, but would this affect the autonomy of teachers to do their job professionally if we started laying down, different rules and things like that?
Well, yes. If you're going to restrict what they're able to use as resources in the classroom, it very well could. Teachers want to make sure they're finding resources that are appropriate for their class. Every class is the same. Resources I use for one class may be completely different than what I use for another class. It's just based on those students and their needs in that class. And if you're going to restrict them, then it kind of makes it a little bit harder for them to meet the needs of their students, to make sure that they are getting the education they need to be able to pass their assessments and be able to move on.
Barnhart?
How many individuals, including yourself, have an AP certification who are reviewing it either at the district or the school level?
I do not. I will give you that. I don't know I don't know that number. We can definitely get it for you, though.
Ms. Mason?
I want to go back to the syllabus. We look at the syllabus that the parents and the students were given, and then we compare it to what was submitted to the College Board. And it was noted, in reading through that stamped and 57 bus, but that's not what we're discussing, but that stamped was not in any component of it. We're talking as a district about being transparent, and for a teacher to not share all of the information with her students is concerning. Do we know why she restructured it for the parents and students and didn't give them all of the readings and all of the, being transparent, and instead simplified it and made it a much shorter document?
So, the teachers did get the reading list that actually had stamped and 57 bus on it. So they did get that one. It was the one that was turned in that said they could choose other resources as time permitted. So I know my daughter's in AP, language class now, but the syllabus she has is no longer than this one. It may be even shorter. So they don't list necessarily all the books that the kids read. They are required to have great detail when they submit it to the College Board in order to get approval. And so their goal is to kind of summarize it when they provide it for the teachers and have it available for students.
Thank you. Mr. McManus?
Would you explain to the audience, because I'm not sure they're very familiar with the difference in a traditional schedule, an AB schedule, and a block schedule? And I'd like to make a comment at the end of that, please.
You said AB schedule? So an
traditional the AB and block.
Okay, so a block schedule could very well mean 90 minutes. So you get 90 minutes, and so the seat time, you're compacting a full year into one semester. With an AB schedule, you're meeting every other day to extend the time. So let's say it's 90 minutes. that would be in a block schedule. So that'll take you from August until 4 hours will be January. In an AB, which would be 90 minutes. In an AB schedule, it may be 45 or 50 minutes, which is going to extend the time. Oftentimes, individuals do that with our AP schedule to ensure that they get the instruction that will take them over for the AP exam, which is in the spring.
In the month of May, AP exams begin
Yes,
the very first 4 weeks of May.
yes.
Does that inhibit in any way those students who the teacher teaching the block cannot and has not been able to review with those who finished that course in January? And those kids who are in the second semester are probably going to miss 2 to 3 weeks of instruction because the teacher's going to start reviewing as soon as possible, hopefully to capture everything they think will be on the test. And so the advantages and the disadvantages probably have a great deal to do with our AP scores, and AB the same way. I know why we do it. I never did work with a block schedule. Matter of fact, I did not like, still don't, the block schedule because of the disproportionate timing. But thank you.
And there's no certification for AP. There is training. So individuals go for the College Board training.
All right, to follow up in the proper form with my last question, if a student can't afford or isn't able to afford a book, is he or she put at a disadvantage because do we give them a book that they can take home, or they only read it in the classroom, in this class?
I would imagine if they have the books in the classroom or in the school, they provide the book for the child to take home. It may very well be that they don't need to take it home every day. It may be kind of just depending on how the assignments are done. But I would like to think that we provide students with the books that they need and don't require them to purchase.
As would I. Thank you. Ms. Graybill?
Nothing further, Counselor.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Bradford?
I'm stuck on process. I'm sorry. You have given us a lot of these book reviews in our package, and you said earlier that in the beginning that they looked at these book reviews and they said, this is the book that we want. And as I look through them, they're all about the content. Absolutely 100% about content. Social studies, it's just repeated over and over. And the educator's guide, history, it just page after page. So I'm not sure why these were included. I've looked at them, I've read every word. And if they reviewed this, I don't see anything in here that says this is going to be a great book to analyze for speech and English composition. All I see is this is going to be a great book to teach history. And I know that you said the teacher was licensed to teach in both English and social studies, and all of these book reviews are about social studies. So is it possible that that initial group that brought it into the school was bringing it in to be a social studies book, and then it somehow got its way into an English language and composition class without anyone reviewing it? I'm trying to get the trail of how it ended up in that class without what we now would insist on review process.
So initially, the book was brought into the school for focusing on new books related to diversity, the interest of students, equity. They wanted diverse books that featured characters from diverse racial backgrounds, ethnicities, religions, the LGBTQ, the neurodivergent, poverty, immigration, disability. So it was first brought into the school and the media center for that reason, for that purpose. Then when Ms. Kidwell was selecting her books for this AP class, she had to find books that would meet the standards for the AP course. And I can show you, and I think you have a reference there that lists all the different standards that STAMP covers, both in the AP Lang and Composition, as well as the North Carolina Standard Course of Study.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
Oh, I don't have anything, sir.
Nothing else? Okay, thank you. Ms. Barnhart?
You mentioned balance, and I agree that curriculum development and course and book selection are very different process. So to have a balance, you have to look at the whole syllabus and the entity, some things that you mentioned to bring about that balance included speeches, letters written, keynotes, and those were direct sources from individuals. The difference that I see here, and I question if it's similar, is this author is analyzing a perspective, and it's not his personal account of something, where as you look at speeches and a direct letter is an initial account. So I would like to know, was the district conclusion, the balance, by including those speeches and direct letter reference, balancing this book that to me seems to be an analytical perspective. And you're saying that that's where the balance of the course comes from? That was the district decision?
So when we were talking about balance, I believe I was referring to a question that Mr. Wildeboer had, was talking about the whole collection and the media center and the balance there for the objectives, for the to make sure that there's a balance so that when students go into library, there's a balance of all areas on both sides. So when the district MTAC considered the book, they were looking at, I'm trying to find the letter. So we were looking at the, because of the statement that was turned in us, the form that was filled out for the reconsideration of the school district decision, that's the form that we were using, and there are points that she had on that. That is what the district committee used to reevaluate on ours based on what her statement was. So we were looking at, because at that point in time, she agreed with how the book aligned with the curriculum and the use of the AP text and language arts. Her biggest thing was about based on craft, not on content, so it was about content. So that was, at that point in time, it was about content was her focus at that point in time. So that is what we were trying to address in our district MTAC, is that the content, it wasn't about the content. So she was pointing it out that because the content was, because the book was read, then the kids were absorbing it, and so that they would, it would affect them. We were saying that that is not how the book was addressed. So we were just addressing it from that perspective of how they taught it and what was expected of the AP class.
Ms. Mason.
You noted that the book was purchased in August of 2020 originally. The book itself was published just 6 months prior to that. Why was this particular one that's only been in publication at this point for 3 years, but at that point was only in publication for 6 months, chosen for this course over books with longer shelf life that have been tested and reviewed repeatedly?
Yeah, that would be a question for Ms. Kidwell. I don't have her decision process of selecting.
Mr. McManus?
I do have a question. It's two-parted.
Well, let's not go on like we did last time then.
Semicolon.
Who put this 150-page binder together? And did your tabs, because I noticed you have tabs that you refer to, did you put those in yourself, or were they included in when you received this? Because this is the absolute, we got this yesterday. We got home after our meeting after 7 o'clock.
In a tropical storm.
It was Tuesday.
Excuse me, day before yesterday. But we had to be here at 9 a.m. And I'm just curious who put this together.
So I imagine Mr. Vogel is the one who collected all the artifacts, and then I believe he submitted it to Ms. Bowie, and she requested that our print shop print it for you guys. Mine has tabs because I've been collecting this information, and you notice most of the artifacts are from me. So once I've got Mr. Vogel's artifacts and Ms. Gates' artifacts, I was able to add those, and I added tabs because I like tabs.
I'm glad you're very organized. Thank you. My next question, and I know originally we were told that we couldn't get this information because we were supposed to have this hearing a while back, but do you know how many other educational experts at other New Hanover County schools, AP classes for this particular class, plan to use this book this year? Because it should be out by now. That list has to be out now because we're in school.
So typically in most of our AP courses or any of the courses, if they have the option of using their own supplementary text, their supplemental text that would guide their instruction. So in this particular course, what the goal would be for them to look at their syllabus and see if that matches the standards and they're able to support the supplemental text, or that it supports the standard and they use their own supplemental text. So the answer to your question would be, at any given time, if a teacher sees that this is a supplemental text that he or she would like to use in their classroom, they are able to do so.
Okay, thanks, sir. Ms. Graybill?
Nothing.
I'm going to keep asking, sorry. Ms. Bradford?
Oh, boy. I analyze writing 6.5 days a week for a living, have for 25 years. Used to be I analyzed news. Opinion always belongs on the opinion page. But one of the standards is for policy 3200 is lines up with good rhetoric. And if I got this book submitted to me as one of my writer's work, I would have graded it very poorly in terms of the quality of the writing. It's, in my expert opinion, it is poor. So aren't there other books that contain good rhetoric, because that's one of the standards for study, that both meet all of our school district policies in addition to the state or college boards?
I'm sure there is more than just this one book that would meet those standards. I mean, I can't imagine that this is the only book that does, so I'm sure there are others, but this is the one that the teacher felt did it best.
Ms. Walker?
I guess I mean, it's clear we're here because folks oppose the views and just don't like what's in this book and content, and that's not what we're here to do. I'm having a hard time that we are just super scrutinizing this particular book when the list of things that you listed out as far as speeches, and I mean, there are so many different viewpoints in there, and I think just to remove this book based on, I mean, the MTAC committee said it all. They said we didn't look at the content, we looked at whether it was appropriate for the AP Lang, and so do you feel there's anything else you guys could have done, I mean, opinion-wise, to support the district in upholding the book? I mean, I think you're looking at these standards, right? And that's what we're going by, and that's what we've adopted in our policies and in our procedures. So, I mean, you felt it was thorough. Both committees were thorough.
So when looking at a book, looking at teacher results, we have to pay attention to highly effective. And we're talking about a resource that a teacher used to have the highest scores in the district. 60+% of her students received a 3 or 4. In the UNC system, a 3 will get you the college credit. And so what we actually do when individuals are looking at their resources versus, their primary resources, their supplemental, their text, we provide or allow teachers the authenticity to select what would be most effective in their classroom or what supports what they're using. Primary example, in a PLC, a professional learning community, when teachers are teaching the standard is what they have to teach, the standard. How they arrive at the standard is what they bring to the table. Some teachers are going to say, I would use the newspaper. Some may say, I'm going to use this artifact. Some are going to say this. But then we look then at the results, and were the results positive or negative? And when we talk about results, we're talking about student outcomes, student output. And so after that, if it's not being moved into the positive side, then we have to have, we being the principal, the chairperson of the English department, the math department, or whatever, would then look and see, this probably isn't an artifact that you need to use or supplemental text that you need to use. And so that's when they go out and they visit other teachers and look at the opportunities of how did you teach this in order to get the scores or get student buy-in from that. So there is a process that educators use, and that's where the authenticity comes from, is making sure that, yes, there's one standard that they have to teach, but how you arrive there is totally different. And so that's where we give the teachers the wide scope, as long as it's legal and ethical.
Great. Ms. Barnhart?
We were given more exhibits than both the school and the district level MTAC committees. Is it possible that if you had the same documents given, that those committees could have came to a different result?
Say that again.
So we were given more exhibits than what the MTAC district level and school committees were given. If possible, given all of what we have seen and been discussing today, could have the school or district level MTAC committees come to different results?
So going through this process has not been simple because of the requests have changed over time, even from earlier this week till today, because it was just the AP classes and now it's all classrooms. So we were trying to, going through the process, evaluating just on what the requests were at that time and what information we had at the time. And if you noticed, a lot of these exhibits were from me, and a lot of them were ones that we did use. If you look at the list for the district one, there were a lot that we did use.
Ms. Mason? Yeah, Ms. Mason?
I have no other questions.
Thank you. Mr. McManus?
It has to be a question.
It does have to be a question. Here to question.
So the question is, are you aware that we have two board members seated up on the dais whose campaigns ran against equity, diversity, and inclusion, which is a personal bias or political or a combination of both? I have bias and political as well. But the word equity, are you aware, has been dropped. We can't get equity schools for committees anymore because they feel retribution, intimidation. And this is not going away. This is but a beginning to do away with EDI, which gives the black and minority communities a voice. It is so very important that we don't block out anybody in our community. So are you aware of that information?
No, not specifically. I mean, I did not know that, the word equity with any board member was something before they ran.
Okay. I'm going to go back to my previous question again, and I guess I'll rephrase it so it's more specific. In this classroom, please share how, in this particular class we're talking about, please share with me how, per our policy 3200, this book represents various points of view. You said it was, in the school library, but we're talking about this class. So how does this book represent various points of view on controversial issues so that young citizens may develop under guidance the skills of critical thinking and critical analysis? Where's the balance in this classroom?
The balance would be in the other readings that they did. It's hard to find in one book multiple points of view, so that's why they bring in other resources. It also allows you to bring in other resources from different authors, so it's not just one person saying what the different points of view are. So in the other readings that they've done, both in the ones I've listed and the other ones that they've done, because there was more, would be where the different points of view would come from.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Craybill?
Nothing.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Bradford?
Okay, I'm going to piggyback on Mr. Wildebor's about the balance in the other readings. We have Blood Done Sign My Name. We have the classic that most of us got, the Red Badge of Courage. We have the first person, Frederick Douglass, awesome piece. Viktor Frankl's firsthand person in the camps in Germany. And then we have not firsthand, but the trial dialogue in 57 Bus. And I don't see, the theme I see there is more about this group of people oppress this group of people. I don't see the balance, but you say there's some other things that we didn't have access to. I requested months ago the syllabus, the syllabi, from the other AP English composition classes, identical to this one taught at the other schools. And I got those night before last. I got 2 of them. That was all that could be obtained. Turned out that the district didn't have them to access them. They had to go to the teachers in hindsight and get them. And it was shocking to me that they weren't on file in some filing cabinet somewhere. It seemed like those would be the things you'd keep for like a year maybe. But there are, on the other 2 that I got, Red Badge of Courage was the only one duplicated by any other instructor. Do you know about the balance in their classes versus this class? Because this one seems to have all the controversial topics in it, and the others don't. And has anybody looked at these across the board? Here's all of our AP English composition classes. We're studying the speech and the rhetoric and the style that they use. That's why you study the speeches of people, whether it was Hitler, who could mesmerize an audience even though they couldn't understand German, but they would still follow him because he was so powerful in his speaking. And I studied him and Huey Long and all those in college. But where's the balance here in this? I don't see it.
Couple of things. We don't collect the syllabus for any of our high school teachers. Most high school teachers all have syllabus. They probably keep them themselves. That is not something that for the 30 years I've been here that we've ever done, so for any class, not just this one, for any high school class, or because typically your middle school and elementary don't necessarily have syllabus. It'd be just your high school. So that's why we don't have those. In this class, so the other readings that they've done, such as your Man's Search for Meaning, the narrative of Frederick Douglass, the Declaration of War by FDR, Reagan's inaugural addresses, Lincoln's inaugural address, Gettysburg Address, Declaration of Independence, the Declaration of Sentiments, Anti-Woman, Mitch McConnell's speech on January 6th, Malcolm X's Learning to Read, JFK's inaugural address, Teddy Roosevelt's inaugural address, Professions of Women, Education of Women, Faulkner's essay for Sports Illustrated, Lessons of Being, MLK's letter from Birmingham jail, Lady Bird Johnson's keynote, John Green Hall of Presidents, The Allegory of the Cave, and Bush's Katrina speech. Those would be the other readings. Again, they weren't focusing on the content, so the readings didn't necessarily have to be all history books because it was more about the type of writing that it was, the rhetoric and stuff, versus the specific facts as far as the history.
Ms. Walker.
It's me again. I guess my last question would be, obviously we were having this hearing. One parent brought forward that wanted to have remove the book from the district or curriculum. But you guys are presenting a case as a district, and essentially we're part of the district, and we should be upholding the things that you guys are bringing to us and approving. And I guess you don't have to answer. You can if you want to, but do you feel if this board decides to remove this curriculum, it's opposed to what the district wants? I feel like it's going to send a strong message. I think that if we don't support our district and our superintendent and the decisions that you guys make, do you feel it could be open the gate for other challenges perhaps in the future?
So we would definitely, our goal as senior staff working for Dr. Faust is following policy, following the law, making sure that we're doing things that are ethical and carrying out the will of the board. And that is what we will do. So if the board decides not to allow this book in classrooms, then we will move forward in that direction and tell our teachers they couldn't be using it in their classrooms. They could have it in the media center. Basically the question is, would it affect teachers? I'm sure it will, some. But we follow policy, we follow the law, we follow the will of the board.
Thank you. Ms. Barnhart?
I think my last question is, so just to clarify, the reason why this teacher did not have to complete a quality review checklist as part of her curriculum is because it was in our media center.
Correct.
But the media center does not fill out a quality review checklist on the criteria that they are selecting, because we understand that a diverse perspective is going to be represented in multiple books.
Correct. The policy says that that quality review checklist is only for teachers to fill out when they're adding the resources that are not already in the, been approved by the library or the school or the district, and that one has already been done. So that's, the impact doesn't use that quality review checklist. They have their own process that they follow.
And in Unit 2 of College Board for the AP Language and Composition, it states, in this unit, students will continue to develop proficiency in recognizing claims and evidence in other writers' arguments while emulating such models in their own paragraphs. In addition, they will begin identifying the ways effective writers appeal to and persuade their audiences while practicing such appeals in their own paragraphs. So what that means is that they'll read a variety of texts and from a variety of authors. And as they are writing their own appeals and whatever the subject matter, they will learn how to write to persuade an author or their audience. So that's what Unit 2 of the Advanced Placement AP English and Language Composition states.
Ms. Mason? Mr. McManus?
No more questions.
I have no more questions. Ms. Craybill?
No, I'm good.
Ms. Bradford?
Just one more. I'm really disturbed by the process. I really am. And it made its way into the classroom without.
Is this a question?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. So let me start over. I'm really disturbed by the process of how this book came into the district. It made its way into the classroom by an interesting way. And it surprises me that this book is not in a social studies class. So it's not in a social justice class. No one's saying that, we don't want to teach about race. We don't want to teach about these issues. This is just in an English language and speech class. So my question to you is it taught anywhere else in the district, in a social studies class, a history class, a social justice class, any other class?
I honestly could not answer that. I don't know. We haven't asked. We don't ask the teachers to submit to us every single book that they use as supplementary resources. So I don't have lists that have been used, from every year as far as what resources they use. So I honestly, I couldn't tell you.
Ms. Walker? Thank you. Ms. Barnhart?
No.
I will go back. Well, does anybody have additional questions? If not, first I want to thank both Ms. Gates, Ms. Brinson, and Dr. Faust for the information that you have shared. You have done a commendable job in advocating for your position. Before we deliberate and reach a decision, which we will do in open session, I would like for the board to go into closed session. Do I hear a motion to go into closed session pursuant of North Carolina General Statute 143, 318, 11A1 and A3 to consult with the board attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any question? Is there any deliberation? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? We are 7-0. We are in closed session. Please stop on the way if you need to.
Is this plain?
I'm sorry?
Is this?
Sir, you're not allowed to come up. I'll come down.
out.
Uh-oh.
It's always bring like 20.
1, 2, 3. Mason. Ms. Barnhart. Lost Mr. McManus. 2 and 1 out. Lisa Mason. You McManus. Wildebohr. Stephanie Craybill. Bradford. Stephanie Walker. And Josie Barnhart. You got everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Welcome back. We are back in open session. I do have a couple things I need to read before we go further. We are back in open session. We will deliberate in just a moment. I would like to review the legal standard one more time. And both parties, everyone is reminded that whether we need to focus on whether it's educationally unsuitable, pervasively vulgar, or inappropriate to the age, maturity, or grade level of students. So that is our task at this time. To begin deliberations, I will be asking for a motion in a minute in accordance with the reconsideration procedures for instructional materials that previously developed to implement Policy 3210. I seek a motion to, and here are our choices, again, 1, retain the book, or 2, remove the book from New Hanover County Schools entirely, or 3, remove the book to another grade level, and the motion should state what grade level, elementary school or middle school, or restrict the book's availability. The motion should specifically state how the book's availability should be restricted, such as, but this is not a suggestion, but such as whether it should be restricted to be used from being used for AP English Language and Composition at Eugene Ashley High School. I would need a motion at this time.
I make a motion to uphold the superintendent's decision.
We have a motion here?
Second.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we temporarily remove the book in question from the curriculum of the New Hanover County School District, retaining it, the book in question, in the high school libraries, restricting it, however, to the history section of the libraries, available in the opinion section, until such time as we can update our policies to allow a balanced book back into this class.
Mr. Chair, I made the motion first, and it was seconded by Ms. Walker.
Okay, I did not recognize that. I recognize her motion. I think she
You were
made it.
looking right at me, Mr. Wildebohr,
okay.
and
Well,
I said
I
it
heard
first.
first.
Let's play back the tape.
Play it back then.
Let's do it.
Again. All right. Again, we're going to carry on. Again, I am standing as chairman. We have a first, we have a second. All right. We have a first, we have a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We will now deliberate. We will start in going in the same order. Ms. Mason, do you? Oh, absolutely.
What we're voting on.
Okay. Well, read it again to make sure I have it right.
We temporarily remove the book in question from the curriculum of the school district. It is a hybrid. We retain the book in question in our high school libraries, restricting it not from the history section, and keeping it out of the history section, available in the opinion section. But we do this temporarily until we update our policies and we can agree as a board in a vote on a balanced book to be added to the class.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
She did not say whether it was educationally unsuitable, pervasively vulgar, or inappropriate to age, maturity, and grade level of students as a basis for her motion. She needed
Mr.
to do that.
Wildebohr, she also didn't repeat it the exact same way the second time.
Okay. Well, let's say it a third time then, please.
No, I mean, I didn't hear those words. So.
Okay, so she has a point of order. Do you feel then it is, which of these three do you feel it is, Ms. Bradford? Is it educationally unsuitable? There it is, sorry. pervasively vulgar or inappropriate to the age, maturity, or grade level of the students.
Do you want me to restate my motion and put that into it?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
May I?
Yes, sir.
The motion as to what action the board decides to take or not take, depending on whether the motion passes, does not have to include the rationale for the motion as to, one of the legal standards. Ultimately, the board's decision, of course, needs to follow the legal standards, but the motion for action does not have to include it.
I think it should.
You're saying that the motion for action is part of the deliberation process? Is that what you're saying?
You've made a motion for action. And it's been seconded, and that will kick off the deliberation process today.
Okay.
We need
So
to
would
be
you-
very clear on what she just said.
Okay. All right, guys, we're going to stop calling out first off. Would you please restate your motion one more time? I think I've got it down.
I move that we temporarily remove the book in question from the curriculum of the new Hanover County School District. And we retain the book in question in the high school libraries. However, restricting it in the libraries of the high schools and in the opinion section versus the history section. And we do this until we can update our policies to create a balanced book to be added to the curriculum of the AP class.
Question.
And we have a first and a second. We're gonna go right down the order again. So we'll start with Ms. Mason.
Based on evidence, based on the fact that this book has not been vetted for very long, I do not see that it is suitable for academic use at all.
Okay, Mr. McManus?
I'm still confused that I listened to everything that was said. I even turned up my hearing aid. That was not one of our options, Ms. Bradford. Our options were three. Received from the board attorney many times what our options based on our policy. Now, after all this is over, we'll see what maybe comes from the dais. But I don't believe, correct me, that is not one of the options that you have given us. It's not in our, okay, let's make sure.
My view is that it does fall under the option that the board has given itself within its procedures for this type of proceeding. Specifically, it falls under the option to restrict the book's availability. Ms. Bradford's motion describes a way in which the availability of the book would be restricted. She provides different components to that, and that's her choice on a motion and for the board to consider.
Okay. And as I understand this, so we're going to, the motion is to temporarily remove Stamped from the high school libraries, high school curriculum, make sure I got it right, until the day where our policy, but we retain it in the library until we can update the processes with an alternate, not alternate, but another book that would balance this, which is what we have heard in Policy 3200 actually talks about. My thoughts, Policy
Point of
30
order, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Would you please explain, I'm a ma'am, but that's okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Today I'm a
I
ma'am.
apologize.
Would you please explain to the folks in the audience and reiterate to us what the procedure we're going to be using to deliberate?
Again, each person, yes, I will, absolutely. Each person will have an opportunity to speak, and we will continue to speak. Yes, I was supposed to do that. I apologize to do that. We're going to continue. We're going to open. Robert's rules actually says that we each have 2 opportunities to speak, but because of the importance of this topic, we're going to allow folks to speak as many times at my discretion, I guess at this point, to speak as many times as they would like to about this. Then eventually we will take a vote. If the vote carries with a 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 votes, then that will be the will of the board. If it doesn't, then we will get an additional motion that will be voted upon. So thank you, Ms. Craybill. But again, so my point here is, so we're going to continue, we're going to update our process until policies, sorry, yes, can't read my own writing. Policies until we can come up with an alternative book? Is that the wording you said?
We talked a lot about balance, so my motion said until a balanced book is
Balanced.
added.
Balanced book, okay. Ms. Graybill?
Oh, can I just clarify that? I was jotting down as fast as I could go, but it said restricted to the opinion until policy. I'm loud, sorry, I'm just making sure you can hear me, because until the policy can be changed. I didn't hear the part about until a balanced book. Okay,
well,
and the policy can be changed, is that right?
Ms. Bradford?
Oh, that wasn't my question.
That
That
wasn't
was
your
just a point of order. Okay, so my first comment is, I would like to know which of the three that, I'm going to say, this motion does not address the educational unsuitability and does not address pervasive vulgarity and inappropriate for age level and maturity. And what I would like to say on that is there is no pervasive vulgarity. I think we're all probably in agreement with that. The inappropriate for age, maturity, grade level, just by putting it in the library in the opinion section does not address the age and maturity and grade level at all. We've already established through Ms. Brinson's report that the Lexile is not key in this AP class selection. And the educational unsuitability, I would like to know from all of my fellow board members just what is educationally unsuitable about this book.
Okay, carry on, Ms. Bradford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find that the book stamp is educationally unsuitable for the AP English language composition class in multiple areas. One, on the required reading book list or in the course syllabus, there's no opposing opinion, facts are in dispute or balance. The material is educationally unsuitable because it does not present a balanced viewpoint of the subject matter. I believe it violates the policy 3200 requiring materials to be accurate, unbiased, and well-balanced. It's accurate in the denial of that the anonymous body called the MTAC made based on the stated opinion that an argument cannot alone be well-balanced. To the contrary, a balanced argument is one that considers multiple points of view and multiple sources of information. It relies on credible facts and logic and still fully supports an opinion. A persuasive argument essay aims to convince readers to agree with your point of view or take a specific action. To do this, you need a balanced evidence and emotion in your writing. Evidence refers to facts, data, and logic that supports your claims. The key to balancing arguments is to present both sides of the argument, providing evidence for both, even if you're choosing to argue one way or the other. Doing this successfully shows that your argument is not biased, and it's a great way to lend credibility to your argument. I agree with the parents' assertion that the course material should line up with the new Hanover County School District policies. Other books exist that do line up with the policy that contain good rhetoric for study. It should be both, and the book that we choose should both meet the district policy and the state or college board standards. The college board materials in our package states that AP stands for unflinching encounters with evidence, allowing students to draw their own conclusions. Evidence and science-based method. That means not opinion. Should include different perspectives. Add credible sources. The syllabus for the class says material will be nonfiction. Now, this is somewhere that I have some expertise. I'm a subject matter expert. Fiction is made-up stuff. Nonfiction is truth based on fact. I also find that the material is educationally unsuitable due to the factual inaccuracy of historical events and people in multiple incidences. It's misleading students into thinking that that was a fully factual document when it's not. And I'm going to skip down here. We talked a great deal about whether it's a history book or it's not a history book, but here's the thing. In the question and answers that the author said, he said, this is a history book. So I don't think we can really refute that at this point. And he said the young readers will be excited to read this history book. Serious books, this is a serious book about the nation's history. He referenced history in his interview with the Port City Daily 12 or 13 times. So even the promotional marketing cites history. So we can't ignore that. And I've got all these, but here's the thing. What does the reader believe to be true? There's demonstrable confusion. Is this a work of fiction, or is it a factual nonfiction book, or is it just editorial opinion? Let's consider, in the past 5 months, this book has been widely discussed throughout the county and debated in the community. And of the 1,500 to 2,000 emails, calls, or text messages I have received, they have said, please continue to teach the racism. Please continue to teach our history. Please don't take our history from us. Not one of those emails, calls, or requests said, please continue to teach students how to critically analyze speech and composition. Not one. Mr. McManus referred to it as history on the dais. Ms. Walker referred to it as history on the dais. There's confusion. Half of you think, or most of you think, this is history. We want to teach history. We want to teach racism. We want to teach it. But this is supposed to be about speech and composition. We're mixing things and it shouldn't be. The suggested text ranges for college and career readiness for the 4th grade is on the L standard is 940. I don't believe this book is not age or grade appropriate for the AP college level course, in my opinion, and I have documents for that. We've already heard them about the L rate. It's not all of it. The promotional materials suggest that they adapted the book to market it for 12 and up. It's not age or grade appropriate for this course in this level. And even the promotional material educator's guide states it's for middle school and high school. It's not for a college level AP class.
Ms. Walker.
Thank you. God.
All right, guys.
Follow that. I have a question. Like, this is pre-prepared. Did you get legal advice from our counsel for that? This motion was very exact. I'm just curious.
All right, thank you very much for class.
I feel like that was completely read off, so I just want to know. I mean, I'm being accused of being biased, but I came just prepared to ask questions and, read my folder, but I just would like to know that.
Okay, we're going to continue.
I guess I won't get an answer.
Well, it's not her turn to speak.
That's fine.
Ms. Barnhart, excuse me. Apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Upon reviewing the evidence from both sides, the only grounds to remove a book from a school library or school curriculum are the 3 that were repeated. Upon inspection of our policy, the issue that I take with this concept, and I've discussed that there's been loopholes in the policy process. I believe that our students and our staff should have the ability to discuss complex, controversial conversations. And I started this off by saying, absolutely, we expect and have a criteria for our staff. I've said this before, but I've been concerned of clearly defining what that looks like, as well as understanding where we start as a district. Looking and reviewing the AP core standards, we have seen as a district, 54% of our students are the ones who pass the AP exam with a 3, 4, and 5, and only 28% pass with a 4 or 5. It is our job to support our staff and our teachers, and we have not helped uplift that data in supporting our staff and students. What becomes the question of criteria is, and here is one of the loopholes, this is a English class, so it is not about the content. So regardless of my own personal feelings of whether I like the content or not, it is about the context of in the classroom and how they're utilizing it. With that being said, this is an acknowledgement that this is a very one-sided document. When you are developing curriculum, I think it's important to ensure that you have a well-rounded curriculum, and when you're doing that, it's not a dig at one thing or the other, but what we have to ensure is that when we're looking through the lens of academic curriculum development, that we have both sides, that potentially we have the opportunity of choice in the curriculum for the students, meaning Ms. Gates's daughter was isolated in this process because she just wanted a choice. And I think that's something that, as far as the process is and procedures that New Hanover County can look at, we can be proactive in this approach. And I think that this is something that we can consider. So the idea and concept of us coming together to help clearly give direction to the district, I don't think is anything to be scared of. I think it's something that we can come together because we do have a lot of similar thought process of what our expectations are. And I think it's our due diligence to do that so that we don't come before hearing after hearing after hearing and have contention in our community. And so that's what I would like to see happen. This is why I did not remove it from the school, because I cannot meet those legal grounds, in my opinion, respectfully to you, Ms. Gates, to allow that to happen. So I believe that this is a compromise with the intent of being intentional about our expectation.
And before we go around for the next round, I do want to, it was brought to my attention that in the motion, we did say we were going to move the book to the opinion section of the library, and there is no opinion section of the library. So we do need to maybe amend that. Yes, please.
That's interesting because opinion always has to be on an opinion page and be clearly marked as opinion. So that's interesting that we don't have an opinion section. That surprises me.
Mr. Chair, are you calling for a motion to amend?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you have a motion to amend?
No.
Who made the motion? I'm sorry,
Please, no, you cannot call out. Please. Thank you. Again, the motion was originally made here, and she's going to amend the motion now.
Made by me, but.
Thank you.
what about this motion?
Excuse me, ma'am. That's enough.
I just want.
Again, please. There's no calling out from the audience. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chairman, you're requesting that I amend my motion. So in doing that, I will amend it to delete the last part of what I wrote, the next to the last part, that it will be retained in the high school libraries until we update our policies, and the rest of it remains the same. So I'll take out that. The retained stays the same, the book in question in the high school libraries.
Would you read the whole thing again for us, please?
Okay. I move that we temporarily I believe that I move that we remove the book in question from the curriculum in the New Hanover County School District, and we retain the book in question in the high school libraries until we update our policies to allow a balanced book to be added back to the AP course syllabus.
That motion to amend needs a second.
Need a second, please?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and second. We will carry on with our discussion. Ms. Mason.
In my professional opinion, and based on my graduate degree in education, my master's degree, and based on my years of experience within elementary classrooms as well as, collegiate classrooms, I do not find this book to be suitable in an educational institution. I believe that we need to teach this, but I believe that we have better options, more vetted options that we can use instead, and that I believe would be the right decision.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Mr. McManus.
Mr. Vogel, may I address the
Please.
attorney? Mr. Vogel, did you have any part in what Ms. Bradford read? That's a yes or no question, sir.
I was just asking the chair whether he wanted me to respond. The answer is no.
What's your answer?
You said no.
He said,
Thank you.
Said no. I have no questions. Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, so Ms. Bradford has said, in this meeting, I want to follow the trail to how this book made it to AP Lang. I don't think it's appropriate to be in an AP Lang class, but I think it is appropriate to be in a history class and in the history section of our library. So how can the book, if you don't like the content, which you've already said, the quality of the writing is poor, especially to present good rhetoric. You've given your opinion on the content multiple times, and I'm just trying to figure out your real reason for not wanting this book. We are being held to our viewpoint on the book cannot be used. And so I am concerned that following the trail, it's in our district and it was approved for use. And if it's not good enough for AP Lang, then why is it good enough for history? And if you're saying the book Lexile level is too low for high school, then why didn't you just relegate it down to middle school so that only the middle school kids get a chance to critically think? I'm just having a little hard time with that.
And it happens that she speaks next, so Ms. Bradford?
Okay. I'm going to make a question of privilege. I feel like I'm under attack here on the dais, and I do not appreciate my fellow board members attacking me. I will take my time for discussion, and I will answer your questions.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I am a writer. I am a researcher. I am a fact checker, and I'm an editor. I do it for a living, and I've done it for 25 years, and I have won awards for that. So I am a subject matter expert, period, end of sentence. Now, Mr. McManus, you asked me about the attorney. We got a memo on 8/27/2023 at 9:01 p.m. from Tharrington Smith, and he outlined the state and state board education guidelines over books. And it says educationally unsuitable, pervasively vulgar, inappropriate to the age, maturity, or grade level of the students. That was long before Mr. Vogel was our board attorney. I was up until almost 3 reading this manual because thankfully I did, because you guys didn't go page by page and I had already read all the pages, so that part was really good. And I wrote down, because I am a writer and researcher and fact checker, I checked some facts and I wrote my opinion in both directions depending on what I heard here to add to what I had already read in this entire manual, which I read yesterday and last night. So I feel like I have answered your questions. Now, to the deliberation of the things that I said, I am a subject matter expert in speech and composition. I have trained and taught many writers. Many students have gone on to work for magazines like Time Magazine in Asia. So I understand this course is supposed, and I took speech courses, analysis of speech courses in college. So I understand how you analyze a book for the didactic and the other speech qualities of it. And I find it educationally unsuitable for this AP class.
But are you an educator?
At this point, we're going to have to start removing people because we're not going to have people falling out. So if you cannot remain quiet, it's time for you to go.
And Mr. Chair, I would point out that I have a bachelor's degree in communications and a bachelor's of science in teaching communications. And yes, I have been an educator.
Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, since we're talking about degrees, I have one too. And I'm also a parent. That's my biggest qualification. And I'm telling you, I feel like, a lot of folks up here ran on parental rights, and honestly, you're taking the rights away from so many parents in this district to choose what their children read based on one parent and based on our own kind of opinions. But I will say this, I've said it before, and it bears repeating, that we all took an oath to the Constitution. The Supreme Court case that we keep referencing, Island Schools District versus Pico, states that the First Amendment limits the power of school officials to remove books based on their content, and that the right to read is implied by the First Amendment. The government, AKA school boards, cannot restrict speech because it does not agree with the content of that speech. In this case, Ms. Gates, in her own words, has no problem with how the book aligns with curriculum, nor does she state that she has a problem with how the book aligns with AP Lang and Comp Course description or NC Standard Course of Study or rhetoric. She simply objects to the ideas presented and the manner and tone presented. She claims they're Marxist, communist, anti-American, against the Founding Fathers, against the Bible, etc. Whether Ms. Gates likes it or not, African American history is American history, and therefore we must be open to viewpoints from all Americans. It's totally fine to disagree and debate the various topics and ideas in this book. We have not the right to remove Black history from our classes. As I've strongly and categorically stated before, I am absolutely against removal or banning of this book, or restriction of this book in any way, shape, or form, whether it's from the classroom, the library, or entire district. And we must support our staff and their professionalism and autonomy in what they do in their job. I find it does not meet the standards of removal based on any of the three criteria given, and is not the charge of this small group or one parent to decide the fate for tens of thousands of students and parents. That's not our job.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Barnhart?
As I've stated before, looking through our own policies and the quality review checklist, I believe that our curriculum and criteria of how we give advice to our teachers of what the expectation is looks different than a library selection. This book seemingly circumvented the process because of the library selection. That is not our intent as a district, to circumvent and to pretend something. The submission from the AP syllabus does not have this book excluded. Some would argue, could make the case of this, is by adding this book, could it be under AP credentials for review? Because it wasn't on the list of submission to the AP College Board, which was submitted and approved by them. So while I understand the frustration, part of it is the expectation on our end. Do we not care that this child was isolated for over a month of classroom time? Do we not care that when we're looking through how we develop curriculum and expectation for our staff, what the standards should be? Do we want our students to have some ownership of what they want to learn about? These are the things in the conversation as it comes to procedures and protocols in our policy that we have the opportunity to help expand on. So to have a temporary restriction allows us for us to come together to help give those expectations. The reality is, looking at this from a legal standpoint, there is something to be said that how can we analyze and have this conversation? Analyzing in the way that you may agree with the author, analyzing in the way that you disagree with the author, and also comparing it to other sources of how they either line up or don't line up. This is not an easy conversation. This is not a one and done conversation. When you talk about racism and when you talk about perspectives and when you talk about diversity, it's not. However, we have to be cognizant that when we have these conversations, it needs to be in an unbiased way that we can openly hear from everybody and not just whatever viewpoint we have. And that is what I'm getting at when it comes to our processes, when we're looking at what we can do better. And I support this motion.
Okay, we'll go on to our next round. Ms. Mason? Take your time.
To the point of parental rights, absolutely, I believe parents have the right to choose what their kids are reading. And making a motion to remove it from our schools doesn't remove it from the library, the public library. It doesn't remove it from Amazon. It doesn't remove it from Walmart. It doesn't remove it from the bookshelves out in the public. It removes it from the school bookshelves. So I just wanted to emphasize that parents still have access to that book. If you want your child to read it, by all means, have them read it. I think that this topic is absolutely an imperative for our students to learn I agree with Ms. Gates. I did not learn all of the things that I needed to learn until I became an adult, and even now I'm still learning. I think it's important to discuss racism. I think it's important to discuss the ugly history that Wilmington has. I think it's important. This is not about the topic. This is about the suitability of this book. There are better books in this world. There are thousands upon thousands of books with this viewpoint, with this topic that we can use instead of this. This book has not been around very long. It has not been vetted. I know Lexile is not the key component, but I believe it should be a pretty important one when you're dealing with an AP English class. I cannot support keeping it in at all.
Mr. McManus.
Well, I don't know which one to talk about or ask more questions or what biases we all have, what we ran on, what we've said before. If you want to stop anything, this is what you need to be stopping. Because the accessibility of everything in the world that's unsuitable to many people is on this phone. And if you don't think the kids don't pay as much attention to this, they do academics in the class, and you haven't been in the real world. But that's another discussion. This book is unsuitable to those who do not like what the book is about or what it represents or what it doesn't. Everyone has an understanding their own. Our kids, those who don't read, do not learn. Our AP kids hopefully will be the future leaders of our country, maybe our state. Everyone needs to know how other people feel. Whether you agree or not, that's up to you. And that was clearly stated in the AP syllabus. It is a controversial level class. It is a college-taught class. So therefore, we need to treat it as a college-level student. It is not unsuitable. She had an alternative immediately assignment. She was told that she could leave the classroom at any time and to work on her other, to get out of a discussion. She was served. I support that. But to ban this book, when I know we have another parent that you have spoken vividly about, that's going to bring about 30 more books after this for us to look at banning. You're making a face, Josie. Do you want to say that's not going to happen?
Mr.
That's a yes or no question.
Mr. McManus.
Okay, well, you do. So, in a lot of words, I don't know if I want to talk about my background and what awards I received. I won't go there.
Actually,
Huh?
Ms. Bradford.
It's not unsuitable for an AP class.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Hands are tied. All right, couple things. I think we go back to our policy, and our policy is 3200. I think that it says very clearly the curriculum, right? I wrote this down, so I had it. 3200 says very clearly must be chosen to represent various points of view on controversial issues. Obviously, this is a controversial issue. This book in itself, without any kind of balance, is in violation of that policy. So in my mind, it is educationally unsuitable. For all those folks that, and like I say, I'm all about reading. I love reading. I would encourage, the motion we have in front of us actually would have students read an extra book. So I don't see, let them read. I agree. Let's let them read. Let them read a second book that would balance that, and then get us in line with policy 3200, that it is supposed to have various viewpoints on controversial issues. I don't know that in this class, I asked that question before. That's why I asked that question. was, I don't know in this class, maybe in the school as a whole, there's balance, which is great. But do we have that balance in this classroom? And I don't see, a couple of things were mentioned, and I do go back, we have a whole EDI, Mr. McManus mentioned that before, whole EDI department, very important. That I of that EDI is inclusion. And I just, and I'm not gonna go through what I was former and all my awards or anything like that, but, bottom line is sending a child to the library for a month, I don't know that that's being inclusive. Are we bringing that child in? I ask repeatedly, is there a face-to-face time? Is that teacher making some way to have face-to-face time with that child so that that student is getting an education? Or are they just being sent to the library? And the answer was, we don't know. But at the end of the day, that's a imperative. That's a very important thing to me because, why don't we just send, we saw how great at-home learning was and and I say that facetiously, it was not great. But we don't want that. We want, teachers are extremely important. They're vital. But they need to be in face-to-face. I know that homebound students get, just a few hours a week of that time. And, that's very concerning to me. But at the end of the day, we need to teach our students. We need to come up with a way to be able to teach our students. If that is giving a balance to that class so that students, maybe we could, and I'm not telling a teacher what to do, but, maybe there's another way you can compromise where you have one group works on one book, one group works on the second book, and they come together and they can discuss and debate and do some of those great, wonderful things that teachers do, instead of just saying, well, we're just going to do this one book and that's the only one. So that's my thoughts on that. We'll carry on to Ms. Craybill.
Okay. To start with, I think that we are misquoting Policy 3200 out of context. That you did ask the question about the balance, and the answer is the answer was from both parties is that there is not usually one book that presents both sides. Sure. So to not pick a book because it doesn't present both sides of an argument, I think is not being educationally responsible. We are to provide a wide range of materials that enrich and support the curriculum, taking into consideration the individual needs and varied interests, abilities, socioeconomic backgrounds, learning styles, and developmental levels of the students served. To provide materials that will stimulate growth in factual knowledge, literary appreciation, aesthetic values, and ethical standards. To provide a background of information that enables students to comprehend their role as citizens in society and to make intelligent judgments in their daily lives. To provide resources representing various points of view on controversial subjects so that students as young citizens may develop under guidance the skills of critical thinking and critical analysis. To provide resources representative of the many religious, ethnic, and cultural groups in our nation and the contribution of these groups to our American heritage. To place principle above personal opinion and reason above prejudice in the selection of material of the highest quality in order to ensure a comprehensive collection for all users. So that is what it says in Policy 3200, Section B, item number 1, A through F. I think it's unfair for us to make a judgment on this book, this material consideration, and change the rules as we're going. We already had 3200 in place, and this should be considered under the rules that we had in place at the time. So it is unfair to change the rules and to ban this book, because ban equals remove. And so we've already said several times on this dais, oh no, we don't want to ban books, but yet we're saying the word we want to remove it. I do want to say that I believe that our board is making disingenuous reasons to remove this book from our curriculum. CRT is a national and state topic of contention, And to have our students not even listen to racial incidents and racial issues is not doing them, it's not doing them justice. Our boards and I attended an SEL seminar that was supposed to have been hosted by our attorney, but he didn't come and they had somebody else come. So I'm hoping that the direction switched when he didn't show up. But they were talking about ways to get around social emotional learning and suggested that the way to get around that is for boards. No, there's not a point of order. I have an opinion,
You have a point
just
of
like
order.
everybody else.
We have a point of order that takes precedence. Go ahead.
Asking for relevancy.
I'm getting there. Where it says that the board writes curriculum and lesson plans with parents. And so we're judging our teachers and saying that we don't believe that the education that you have supersedes the education that we have in developing curriculum. And also, just to be clear, there is rhetoric out in the community that says, good luck to any Republican board member who votes to keep stamped and buck Republican values. I think we're being disingenuous if we're not going to address that.
All right, thank you. Ms. Bradford?
Last month, about 2 weeks ago, we had the 4 Cs in this county, and we took the elementary and middle school curriculum, Dr. Faison did, and we put it on display for parents, stakeholders, students to come in and review the materials. I reviewed the social studies materials. I had already reviewed them online, but I like to hold a book. I'm one of those readers that I want to hold whatever I'm looking at. And I had reviewed online. So if you have not done that yet, I strongly urge you to do it. We have an excellent social studies and history curriculum that teaches everything that happened in Wilmington. It's excellent. I am very proud of that. Our social studies curriculum is already strong. It can get stronger, of course, but you should read that. You should either go online or go down to the school and ask for the curriculum and page through it yourself. We have the confusion here of history versus something that we're going to study for speech and composition. And just a few minutes ago, one of my fellow board members said, we can't remove Black history from our classes. That argument is not valid in this setting. No one's asking to remove Black history from our classes. We have an excellent social studies Black history curriculum. Go and look at it. It's excellent. But we can only control what's in our schools. Now, if parents want to check out the book from the library, go for it. If they want to buy it on Amazon, go for it. If they want to use their cell phone and look at it, go for it. We are tasked with what is happening in the curriculum in our schools. That's our job description up here. And I find that this book is educationally unsuitable for this AP English language composition class in multiple areas.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make one point. I think the misconception is that Ms. Gagechild was sequestered away. I think that was a choice. So I want to go ahead and put that out there. Let's not blame the teacher for that part of it. But I want to say, we talked about bias. I think we should all check our own first, too, before we down on a book that we don't necessarily agree with. Also, public schools are a public good, so it is very important what we do. We're responsible here for that. And the more, it's more than about what this book, honestly. I mean, the only reason that we are actually talking about this book is because there's a national movement afoot in this country to push back on history from different perspectives. And so, and lastly, I'll say, to the point my fellow board member made about removing or restricting the book, how about we don't do that and have the discussion? We don't have to remove it first before we discuss it. So I'm all for not removing it, and then we can have a discussion, not the other way around.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Barnhart.
I say we vote.
A motion to vote? Do we hear a second? Yes, sir?
Well, no, well, Mr. Chair, the motion on the table is the motion to amend Ms. Bradford's motion. It was the motion to remove the language opinion section only with respect to the library.
Sorry, say that again, please.
The motion on the table currently is the motion to amend the primary motion. And so the motion on the table is to remove the words opinion section only.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to do that?
There already was a motion and a second, and we
motion
just
and
had
a second?
discussion. So you could vote on the motion to amend.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I feel like, did we just suspend the rules so we could all keep speaking until we were done? I didn't know if that was, I just wanted to check with you if that was still valid and if we're forcing a vote
Well,
here.
we're just voting, the only thing we're voting on is to change the amendment, or is to amend.
Is that what Ms. Barnhart asked for?
No,
Because I
Ms.
think she
Barnhart
just
asked
said
to go ahead and
vote.
vote.
My comment is, I say we vote.
Right, but that was just a comment. I don't think she was.
So, but there is, in Robert's rules, we did suspend a number of conversations, but we did also, there was also, Mr. Vogel, would you remind me, there is
I'm just saying that there's, the motion on the table is Ms. Bradford's motion to amend her primary motion. So
Okay,
the
so that
only
would have-
motion on the table right now is to remove the words opinion section only from her primary motion. That's all.
I make a motion to reject that motion.
Well,
Ms. Bradford uses that every single meeting, so let's just go ahead and throw it out.
I'll second.
so anyway, so Mr. Chair, I recommend that you call for a vote on the motion to amend. In other words, to remove the words opinion section only.
What about rejecting the motion? Apparently, we're allowed to just interject at any time and say that, and we don't have to debate it, and we don't have to do anything. So it's happened to me twice, so I'm invoking that.
we're going to go ahead and take Mr. Vogel's recommendation and vote on the
Motion to amend.
motion to amend. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
I hope I understand it.
Well, this is to take those words out of her motion.
Okay, yeah.
Just vote for
Yes.
no, so we don't have to vote.
I also say yes. Ms. Craybill?
No, I'm not voting for anything that has to do with removing the book.
Okay. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
And Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Passes 5-2. We can carry on our conversation unless there is a motion.
Well, right, so discussion ensues on the primary motion that
Right.
Ms. Bradford made without the words opinion section only. That's now been removed.
Right. Okay, so we're back to Ms. Mason. And just, I want to clarify that the rest of the parliamentary motions do stand. So we can, like, for instance, if someone said that they wanted to move the previous question, I'm not saying we should do that, but I'm saying that just because we continue this conversation, somebody can't do that.
I move that we close debate.
I reject that motion.
I second the
Okay,
rejection.
We have a motion to, I guess, move the previous question is exactly the right way to say that. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
I have a point of order. I'd like for the attorney to weigh in on the rejection of the motion.
Mr. Vogel, would you?
2/3.
Yes. Ms. Crable's motion objecting to the consideration of the question can be made and can be made by interrupting, and it requires a two-thirds vote.
Two-thirds vote, okay. Does it need a second?
No.
Does not need a second, okay. So this motion, the vote now is to reject this motion. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Yeah, so let me, yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes to reject.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No,
Ms. Craybill?
this is to reject.
Yes, I want to reject the motion that's on the floor.
Okay.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Okay, well, that, two-thirds, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, so you need 5. So we have, Ms. Mason said yes, Mr. McManus said yes, Ms. Craybill said yes, and Ms. Walker said yes, so that does not pass.
Correct.
That is correct. So the motion is still on the floor.
To call the question.
Call the question, okay? So we have a motion to call the question. Just not interrupt. Second, yes, we have that. And this again also will take 2/3 to move the previous question. So this is not to vote on whether or not to accept it, it's to move it.
Can we have discussion?
No.
Okay.
No debate. Got my finger on it.
Is that correct,
Okay,
Mr.
so again,
Vogel?
this is to move the previous question, then we would vote on the question. This is just to end our discussion. Ms. Mason. Oh, so I'm sorry. That's your job.
Ms. Mason,
This is a
Yes.
vote to vote on the.
Right, this is to go ahead and vote.
To discontinue discussion.
Right.
No.
Mr. McManus,
I got one more thing to say here.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
No.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
No.
and Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
So that also does not pass. So we are not moving the previous question. We can continue our debate. And I believe that is Ms. Mason for discussion on debate.
I would like to make an amendment to the motion. Instead of temporary removal, it's actually permanent removal from all curricula and libraries within the district due to its educational unsuitability.
So let me make sure I
Is that
understand
accurate?
correctly. Removal from both the classrooms and the library.
Yes, sir.
New Hanover County Schools.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a second? Hearing none, we will carry on. Mr. McManus? Oh, actually, at this point, we have the motion in front of us. I'm making sure we still have that motion in front of us. Mr. McManus, you said no? No, sir. And I'm also going to pass on my turn. Ms. Graybill?
Yeah, I want to refute something that Ms. Bradford said about, I don't dispute the fact that we've gotten 1,500 emails. I didn't count, but we have gotten a boatload, to, if you can quantify that. But she said not one email said that we want our kids to be thinking critically. And I'm looking at about 5 people in the audience who said that they want their child to have the opportunity to read a broad variety of information and to learn how to think critically. And so I just have to go on record of saying that is not a true statement. And then I would like to amend the motion to keep the book in the curriculum and uphold the decision of the superintendent until such time as policies can be reviewed.
I'll second that.
You have first and second. I need to write it down, so give me one more chance. Could you say that again, please?
To uphold the decision of the superintendent until such time as policies changes might dictate otherwise.
Would you consider amending to say, once we update the policies, to submit this for approval?
Tell me what you've asked me to do. I don't think I understand that.
I'm saying if we are going to uphold the superintendent's decision and we're going to update the policy, once they're updated, would you add it to your motion to submit this book through approval? Make sure it's approved through the channels, once updated.
I could consider that, but we don't have another channel. I mean, what channel are you recommending? That they reconvene the district level committee and have the superintendent reevaluate?
Sure.
No, I don't think we need to do that. I think we should uphold his decision, and then this board will have to take it upon themselves to say, we don't want this book, we're going to ban this book, and then we go from there.
Okay, we have a motion and.
So my motion is to uphold the decision of the superintendent.
Until the policy can be updated. What you said.
Until such time as the policies can be reviewed.
Reviewed. And we have a first and a second. Is there other discussion on that? Going through the order, Ms. Mason? Mr. McManus? I have nothing. Ms. Craybill, you've already spoken. Ms. Bradford?
I would like to correct something. I actually said that no call, email, or text said to me, please keep this so that we can, for the reasons for speech and English composition. That's what I said. So I correct the record on that.
All right, Ms.
We'll go back
Walker?
and listen.
To Ms. Grable's motion, I agree. I feel like we should uphold the district's decision and the superintendent's decision until such time as, I mean, this is an amendment to the original, so I'm saying I would rather not remove it while we review. So I agree with that. I think that we don't need to remove, I mean, because we don't even know who's looking at it right now, who's using it. And I'd rather not just make a decision like that. It's going to affect people, you know, like right this minute. So I'd rather just keep it there where it is, and then we'll review and discuss later.
Okay, and this, just to let everyone know, this would take a majority instead of a two-thirds vote. Is there other discussion
Why is that? Because we're amending the motion?
to amend the motion?
Okay.
That is correct,
Is
right?
that right?
sir? I want to make sure I'm right.
Making sure.
That's as I read it. It says to amend the motion. So Ms. Crabill's amended motion again is to uphold the decision of the superintendent until the policies can be reviewed. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm doing your job again. I apologize.
Keep going.
Yeah, I'll just keep going, I guess, this time. I vote no. Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Ms. Barnhart?
No.
That's defeated 4-3. We go back to the original motion for further discussion. And we are on Ms. Bradford.
I would love to see this vote because one of us has to go, and she's got kids waiting, so I would love to see us just go ahead and vote.
You calling the question?
That is not a reason to disband this meeting because somebody has to go.
Okay, Ms. Craybill, you're out of order right now.
I agree.
Word, I'm just saying that because
Thank you.
we will have 4 people here.
Ms. Craybill. Yeah, me too.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If she moved the previous question to close debate, I misspoke before. It requires a second. If that is,
Okay. Ms. Walker? No, I mean, it's your turn to speak.
Okay, thank you. No, I was just going to say, I believe I did second that before. We didn't rewind the tape. No, I mean, I think we're going to talk this to death, but obviously we know how you feel about this, and I'm not in favor of any restriction or removal. I don't think there's anything wrong with the book. I think it's actually, I enjoyed the book. I felt like it caused me to think a lot more, and I feel like it's going to do the same for our students. And so I don't know any way I can support any kind of restriction. I trust our staff and our professionals in our district and our superintendent to make these decisions. So I don't think it's my job or our job at all to decide what other parents can and can't, or kids can't read books wise, so.
Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Mason?
I'd like to call the previous question.
Call the
Make a
previous
motion to call the
question?
previous question.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Again, this is for the primary motion.
well,
Would you say
Mr.
it out
Chair,
loud?
it would be a two-thirds vote to close debate.
Right. Okay. Ms. Bowie, I'm sorry, you.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
This is closed debate.
Closed debate.
Absolutely.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
No.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
No.
and Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
2, 3, 4. 4 yea and 3 nay. You need 5, right?
Correct.
So we'll continue to speak. Next person to speak, to talk, will be Mr. McManus. Do you have anything? Go.
I think we need to vote on whether to ban the book.
Okay.
Or, wait a minute. We're all over the place. I think one board member made a statement the other day, not really not anticipated that we're going to have a split vote. And I don't know how we're going to change anything.
So are you calling the question, sir?
No.
Well, I was questioning.
Excuse me.
I'm not calling a question.
Oh, I thought, okay.
I'll sit here till the cows come home.
I'll go ahead and call the question then. I'll go ahead and call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. We'll keep trying. Again, this is only to bring, as you just said, to a vote. Miss, go ahead, please.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. McManus? Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
And Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
I just want to remind the board that if we vote on it and it doesn't pass, then we can get it done their motion. But if we just continue not to vote on this motion, then we'll just keep going around and around. So if we vote on it and it doesn't pass, then we can get a new motion in front of us. But that's only a reminder. I believe we back up to, where's my sheet?
Go back to the motion.
We're back to the original motion. And Ms. Mason, do you have anything? I was the last one to talk, that's right. So it's Ms. Craybill.
So I would just, I'll be ready to vote after I say this, is that I just think that we are doing a huge disservice to our students if we take this book out in any way, shape, or form. I think we are doing a huge disservice to our educators and not valuing their professional expertise in helping to guide our students into being 21st century thinkers and lifelong learners. And I think we're doing a disservice to our community that our children are not going to be allowed to hear unbalanced material that doesn't exist in one book. And I think that we are setting ourselves up for a First Amendment lawsuit because there is no educational unsuitability reason to not use this book.
Okay, Ms. Bradford? Are you said you were ready to vote. Are you calling the question then?
I'm not calling any question. I'm just telling you, I wanted to say one thing.
Okay.
If somebody else wants to, it's fine.
Bradford?
No, I'm good.
Ms. Walker?
I echo. I've said it, she said it, we've said it, so yeah, I'm done.
Ms. Barnhart? Ms. Mason?
I think that we could go around and around and around all day, and I don't think that any minds are going to change. I move that we call the previous question.
Okay, we'll try that again. Ms. Bowie?
Ms.
Chair
Mason?
requires a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, second. First and second, you're right. You have a first and second, Ms. Bowie?
All right, here we go. Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Ms. Barnhart?
All right, so again, let's make sure we have it correct in front of us. Temporarily remove stamped from high school curriculum until we update our policy or review. Did you say update or review? Make sure I get that right.
I move that we temporarily remove the book in question from the curriculum of the New Hanover County School District and retain the book in the high school libraries until we update our policies with the addition of a balanced book. I'll put is added at the end, but it's more grammatically correct to say.
Okay, Mr. Vogel, are we good with that?
Yes.
Okay, very good. We have a first and a second. We've called the question. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Melissa Mason?
Before we start, we need a simple majority, just make sure everybody's on the same page.
Melissa Mason?
Yes.
Hugh McManus?
No.
Pete Wildebohr?
Yes.
Stephanie Craybill?
No.
Pat Bradford?
Yes.
Stephanie Walker?
Absolutely not.
And Josie Barnhart?
Yes.
That passes 4-3.
Melissa voted yes? You voted yes to that?
She sure did. All right, at this time, we will That's the end of our business, so we would entertain a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. We are done.